Good afternoon from the Seat Unique Stadium. How appropriate that that last clip in our introduction was of the Gloucestershire Sussex match in the T20 at Hove last year, with James Bracey peeling away, having taken the catch. That's the scene this afternoon. If you're joining us now, if you've been at work this morning, you haven't missed anything. Play will start at 1:50, so in just about 20 minutes time. Work from the ground staff this morning after the rain yesterday to mop up the particularly susceptible areas. We will have 70 overs as a minimum, and tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. So net effect on the day, Dan, good afternoon by the way.
Good afternoon, Ian.
26 overs lost, which is less part of one session, but that's not as bad as it might have been given the rain we had yesterday.
No, it's not the end of the world, and I think there's a hell of a lot of cricket here in this game to be played. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. The weather's set fair for the next couple of days as well, isn't it? So, and we've got ideal drying conditions. It's about 17, 18 degrees. It's warm sunshine for a change. I don't know what this yellow thing in the sky is, Ian, but it's warm sunshine and there's wind about as well. And it will be ideal drying conditions. And I think we might see quite a long bowl from Zafar Gahar today. Because on a drying pitch, I think it's made for him. Yeah,
I think that is right. Gloucestershire, of course, have only got the three frontline seam bowlers in the squad from the hour or so we saw yesterday. The pitch didn't have an awful lot of pace in it. Remains to be seen whether still a ball that's 16 overs old can generate a bit of bounce. Sussex will want Ali Orr and Tom Alsop to continue the stand that they started to build yesterday. Orr resumes on 31 and Alsop on 11, with Cheteshwar Pujara due in next. Now, after him, the rest of the Sussex batting order likely to be James Coles at 5, Ollie Carter Finn Hudson-Prentice, Nathan McAndrew, Jack Carson, Sean Hunt and Henry Crocombe. We'll look at yesterday's highlights in a moment, but Dan, where do you think Sussex might like to get to tonight? The impression I got from Paul Parbrace's interview yesterday was they wanted to be quite aggressive with their batting. We saw that a bit from Orr yesterday. So, I mean, they'd love to get to 300 tonight, wouldn't they? Is that realistic?
Yeah, I think it is. 250 and 70 overs. I don't think that's beyond the realms of possibility. I think it's a more than achievable target. Yeah, so I think Sussex would like 300. I think Gloucestershire would like to bowl them out for around the 200, 250 mark. And then I think Gloucestershire would like to probably only bat once in the game, probably tomorrow, all day, and maybe into a little bit of Sunday, and then have a proper go back at Sussex on Sunday. But it'll be interesting to see how both sides play this. Will it be a cagey affair, or will one side actually make the running and actually take the ball by the horns and play the aggressive cricket? And I think, you know, if we got both sides doing that, I think we've got an absolute treat lined up.
And it might be that although we may have lost almost a day net, that may not matter too much. That will depend on what the Gloucestershire seamers and indeed Zafar Gahar can get out of this pitch. Yesterday, though, we had 16 overs in the day, and there was some decent cricket played in amongst it.
In, and that's out. First wicket of the day caught.
Tom Price in, and all's gone again for the aggressive shot here, and it's a no ball, and he's pulled that for 4 more. Here is Ajit Singh Dale in, and that's past the right hand of Miles Hammond down to the boundary.
And that's a full shot, goes past third slip. As that's a lovely drive. That's the shot of the morning so far.
Singh Dale, that's cut, that's almost stopped. He took the pace off it, but not all of the pace off it. Zafar Gahar, that's cut away for 4. Singh Dale in, and Adior lets that go. And I think the umpires are going to say they might be having a word here.
So the players just leaving the field after their pre-warm-ups, and I'm really looking forward to a proper sort of session of play. I think yesterday we were lucky to get what we got, really, an hour. But
I was hoping for 2, but I was being kind of realistic.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating start here in Bristol, and it's great. There's a decent crowd in as well today. There's a good crowd, and they're really looking forward to seeing some cricket. The place is bathed in sunshine, and it's looking absolutely
Feels
wonderful.
like the first proper cricket day we've had. I know it's a late start, but if people go home having seen 70 overs today, then hopefully they'll feel they've had their money's worth for their ticket. Obviously, Graham Van Buren has got to organise how he's going to use his bowlers today. Marchant de Lange, you would think, would be first up, but
yep.
Graham's been quite creative before, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think we'll see Tom Price as well. You know, he had 5 overs yesterday. I caught up with Graham Van Buren, though, earlier on, and here's what he had to say to me.
Morning, everyone. We're here at the Seat Unique Stadium for the second day of this clash between Gloucestershire and Sussex, and I'm delighted to be joined by the Gloucestershire captain, Graham Van Buren. Graham, frustrating day at the office yesterday.
Hi Dan, thanks for having me. Yeah, I know, getting to the ground yesterday, the weather obviously didn't look great. It was dark and gloomy. But yeah, we did get 16 overs in, more than we have this year at the ground, so it was a positive start, but then obviously the heavens open. So.
And you must have been pleased getting rid of Tom Haynes early on, because he's a dangerous customer, isn't he?
No, he's a fantastic young player. They got a couple of very good young players coming through, and to get him was awesome. I thought Marchant started really well. All the bowlers did, but especially him. He hit the straps, hit the pitch hard. So yeah.
Yeah. And how do you see today going? There's an inspection, I believe, at 11 o'clock by the umpires. So how do you see today going?
Well, I'm not sure. Hopefully the bit of sun we have out here and the bit of wind dries out the field, and I'm positive we'll get in some cricket today. But we can't control, what the how the field dries, so we'll just control the controls and be ready for when we get on.
How frustrating is it as a captain to not be able to get on the pitch in total? It must be really annoying for you.
No, I actually love playing here. I know a lot of teams don't like coming here and playing here, so I love playing here. It's been sad not to actually get some cricket in here this year. But like I said, I'm positive that we'll get out there again today, and for the rest of the game, let's hope for a good game against Sussex team.
Yeah, Graham, I wish you the best of luck, and fingers crossed we actually get out there and start playing some cricket.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, that was my catch up with Graham van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain, and he's going to lead his side out in a few moments here for the second day of this clash between Gloucestershire and Sussex, where if you didn't catch up with us earlier, there's going to be 70 overs left in the day. We're going to start at 10 to 2, and Ian Randall is like a kid at Christmas, aren't you, Ian?
I think you were going to say tea was going to be at 4 o'clock, Dan. I'm certainly keen for that. I'll say that much. No, it does feel as if the game is going to move forward a lot today. Paul Farbrace wanted that, I say, in his chat with Adrian Harms at the close yesterday. And fair play to the ground staff. When I arrived at 9:15 this morning, all the covers were off the playing area. The water hog was clearly full. It was just being emptied in one of the corners beyond the rope, and it was extensive use. I had 3 inspections this morning: 11 o'clock, 12:30, and also at 1:20. So as soon as the inspection times start coming down between each one, you know that you're getting closer to play. And ultimately, if we can get 70 overs in today, and that will mean a finish, I think, around about 7 o'clock by the time the extra, the buffer 30 minutes is taken into account for the bowling of the overs.
Maybe slightly later, I don't know. But again, massive credit to the ground staff. They work so hard, and the gods have conspired against them, haven't they, this spring?
Well, there was a lovely piece written by Nick Friend yesterday. Those of you who follow Nick on social media will know that he writes extensively for The Cricketer as well as for other publications. I think his headline was Gloucestershire swamped by the misfortune of the weather, or something along those lines, and the adjective swamped was actually very appropriate in that sense. Our emails, of course, remain open throughout the commentary. We have held over the ones from yesterday, and we'll get to those during play. Terrific catch. Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
Is he ready?
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
What a pleasant sight that is. Cricketers, sunshine, play about to start here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome if you've just joined us. It's 10 to 2, or very nearly, and we're going to have 70 overs in the day's play. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock to split the time in the two sessions as equally as possible. And Ali Orr and Tom Alsop will resume for Sussex 47 for 1 at the close yesterday. 16 overs were bowled. Zafar Kahar had 1 over yesterday in the drizzle. We wondered whether that was just literally keep Sussex out there. But Dan Whiting, he's going to start today.
He is going to start. Drying pitch. This could be quite interesting. And Gloucestershire have gone on the attack straight away. Ben Charlesworth. He's on as a, is that him there as short leg? As a substitute fielder, it is. And he's gone into short leg. And it'll be interesting to see because Zafar will be turning the ball back into the left-handed Tom Alsop here. And he's hoping to catch one of the gloves and wait, it gets snaffled by Charlesworth. Anyway, here he comes. First ball, day 2. Zafar into the crease. And Alsop solidly defends that one back to Zafar.
This is the end of the left-handers with these two, we should say.
Yeah. Here's Zafar over the wicket and just strays onto Alsop's leg stump, who tickles that round to Ajit Singh Dale at a rather square, sort of long leg. Sort of deep backward square more than a long leg, isn't he?
It is the deep backward square, yes. I mean, there are only 2 fielders, aside from the slip, only 2 men on the offside for Zafar.
Yeah, I like that captaincy from Graham Van Buren, because what he's inviting the left-handers to do here, Ali Orr's about to face, but he's inviting them to drive through extra cover. And hopefully then Zafar can turn one back in and bowl him through the gate. And I really like this captaincy. Here's Ali Orr about to face his first ball of the day from Zafar, who comes past the umpire, and Orr just comfortably turns that one off his legs, this time in front of square. Miles Hammond doing the fielding. Deep mid-wicket. In fact, now they've got 2 mid-wickets, so you've got Hammond up, along with Chris Dent in there as well. Here's Zafar in, and that's again strays onto the leg side. Zafar oohing and ahhing, hands on head. As that goes round to Ajit Singh Dale.
Now, I think it's Tom Price who's not on the field at the moment. That's why Charlesworth is out there.
Who's that square leg?
It's Marcus Harris, I think. Sorry, Harris is at point. That Jack Taylor at square leg. See as he walks forward.
Zafar in, short, pulled. Only 2. Miles Hammond down the deep. And that's another run.
No, Tom Price is at square leg, so is it Jack Taylor who's not out there? Yes, Jack Taylor isn't out there at the moment.
Zafar been a little bit short this over. We want to get his length right. That's better lengths. That's dragging Alsop forward, who defends that to Charlesworth. Short leg. That completes the first over of the day. So the Sussex 50's up, 51 for 1. Ali Orr moves on to 33. Tom Alsop on to 13. They lost Tom Haynes yesterday for just 3. He was caught by Miles Hammond off the bowling of Marchand de Lange. The score was just on 9 at the time. These two have batted very sensibly and in differing styles, Ian, haven't they? Allsop's been sort of the rock, the wall, and Ali Orr's counter-attacked.
Yes, just looking to see how the slip cordon's lining up. Chris Dent is now at first slip. Ollie Price at second and Hammond at third, which just emphasises the fact that Jack Taylor is not on the field.
Yeah.
That's what he would normally be at first slip in that situation, but he's not at the moment. Just to say, obviously your emails are welcome through play today. Tom Price is going to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Our friend Just from Slovenia was on yesterday, holding over his email until today, along with a couple of others. Just wanted to say to thank you both for the commentary, he said, on the Gloucestershire matches. I've been missing county cricket through the winter. Sadly won't be able to come to the UK this year as I'd hoped and attend my first live match, but I finally managed to join the Gloucestershire Exiles. Well done.
Dobre dan, Just.
Yes.
Dobre dan.
So can't wait for the next edition of their I think twice a year magazine. All the best to you, and go Gloss. I wonder what go Gloss is in Slovenian. I don't know. Here is Tom Price to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road and then into Ali Orr, who just defends that comfortably out to Charlesworth on the leg side. I just trying to find the one email that we had from a Sussex supporter yesterday. No, that's Mark Kidges. I'll come back to that in a moment. And this was from Bob Pook in Hastings. He said, enjoying the commentary and looking forward to Sussex maintaining their unbeaten run, probably by way of a draw, he said, judging by the weather forecast. Here's Price in once more, and can't get too aggressive with that. Graham Van Buren is coming in quickly from mid-off. And Bob said, with regard to the points awarded for a draw, can you explain why Sussex only got 7 points for the draw with Yorkshire when 3 bowling points and 3 batting points were achieved? Well, the answer to that is they lost 4 points for a slow over rate, and that is a big punishment, is it not?
It is a big punishment, but they were a long way behind the game. I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Price.
Price again in with 3 slips in, but Orr again onto the back foot, comfortably back up the pitch. Was a no ball
because
called by Billy Taylor. Mark Newell. Sorry, Mark Newell's at that end. Billy Taylor's at square leg.
They'd have lost that game. They'd have lost that game against Yorkshire, I reckon, if they were sort of further down the line and they bowled their overs quicker. Because on that last day, Yorkshire only needed 63. And, you know, if we think the weather gods are conspiring against us here in the southwest, then Yorkshire and Durham. Price to Orr,
a little bit inside out to that, but he got enough on it. And again, it's fielded by Van Buren. And to Mark Kidger's email, again, which he dropped to us yesterday, and he said, Tom Price's performance at Worcester got noticed, as did Ajit Singh Dell's, by the press and by the England setup. How far do you think he can go? Can he become an all-rounder, maybe batting at 6, or even reach the Test side, or are we expecting too much of him already? We'll come back to that in a minute. Here is aforementioned Price, and Orr just gets the ring inside that, clips it away through the gap. There's a way chase on a very slow outfield for Ajit Singh Dale, and they're going to run a comfortable 3 away out to wide long on. And that is the one thing we all noticed today, as much as I noticed in the day at Worcester last week that I saw the first day. The outfield will be quite slow.
Yeah, that was quicker than I thought, though, actually. It's got to be said. You know, it's very fast outfield here generally at Bristol, isn't it? And I thought that was quicker. I thought that raced away a bit quicker than I thought it would.
That was going away up towards the old area where the nets used to be in front of the apartments. Those of you who know the ground, that's on the scoreboard side of the ground. And Price is going to change his angle of attack to Tom Allsop.
Just before I come on to that email from Mark, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Price then around the wicket in bright sunshine. That's chopped away by Allsop past past Zafar Gahar. They'll take a comfortable 2 as he chases away towards the Kennington Avenue boundary at backward point. Sussex up to 58 for 1. Expectation is a strange thing in cricket, isn't it? And you know, already, even though Tom's got less than 20 matches under his belt, people are already looking and saying, right, big potential here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to, isn't he? He's taken 2 hat-tricks in his career so far.
Bracey behind the stumps, down on his haunches, and that's just clipped comfortably straight to the man at square leg by Allsop. End of Price's first over of the day, 58 for 1. Sussex 36, as you can see, to Ali Orr, and 15 to Tom Allsop.
Yeah, he's taken 2 hat-tricks in those sort of handful of games that he's played. He's also scored 100, he's scored a 70 as well. And I think he will be a genuine all-rounder. It's interesting, the Gloucestershire lineup, because there's a certain school of thought here who thinks that he's probably batting at least 1 place too low, and Zafar Gahar is batting 1 place too low. But you can see what Dale Benkenstern likes to, go in with his sort of insurance policy and have a deep lineup, and that's why he's got, Jack Taylor in at 7 as well. And but there is competition for places, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. Here is that man, Zafar Gahar, we've just spoken about. That's way too short, and that's gone up in the air, and that's out. That's an awful shot. Reverse swept to a half tracker. He was premeditated there, and it's turned, and that is the end of Ali Orr for 36, and he did not need to do that at all.
What a really, really poor decision that was. It wasn't even a reverse sweep. It wasn't played with any control at all. It almost looked like a shot you would play in a run chase in a T20, not in the 3rd over of a championship game. And I know he clipped Tom Price yesterday away for 6 in the 2nd over, but that was just very, very rash. And James Bracey just needs to be a cool customer there and take that. And that's a bonus for Gloucestershire. It's one thing to bowl a really good delivery and get an opening batsman out just after the start of play, but that was a wicket given away. It was a half tracker. He could have put that anywhere he wanted to on the leg side, and he's thrown his wicket away. Now,
and some of the Sussex
would this man do that?
Probably not. Welcome to the crease, the legend, and legend is used sparingly, but here comes Cheteshwar Pujara, and he's 35 years old, and he's been one of the finest players of his generation, and I'm really looking forward to watching him bat. He's going to show us a masterclass in defence, and from Rajkot in the Gujarat, and he made his debut against Australia all the way back in 2010 in Bangalore, and 102 tests for India, averaging just shy of 44, and what a fine cricketer he is.
Well, it's a bonus wicket for Zafar, and you can't believe that these two will not have, at some stage, maybe not in the test arena, but maybe in the equivalent of the county game, the first-class game in the subcontinent, played against each other.
Yeah, I believe Pujara is averaging 99 at Hove and 102 for Sussex in general. So maybe you're just playing for the away games, Ian, perhaps,
Two slips and a short leg, very close in.
Yeah, here's Zafar past the umpire, and that's a good length delivery, making Pujara work, and there's that solid bat pad together that we've come to see from the Gujarati over the years. Zafar again, that's well bowled. That sort of hit the splice there of Pujara's bat. A little bit of bounce perhaps from Zafar. A little bit of overspin perhaps causing the bounce. It's well bowled.
It's Ollie Price and Hammond in the slips there.
A little bit of footwork. Pujara getting on the dance floor. Pushes one out to Graham Van Buren at mid-on, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, just to complete Mark Kidger's email, aka Mark from Madrid, as he's known. I wouldn't be pushing Price up the order too rapidly after that 100. I think I'd let him quietly get some runs.
Zafar in, and Allsop works him into the onside. Chris Dent's
There'll be a clamour for him to be pushed up. But
yeah, but he's a very level-headed man. Tom Price.
Yeah,
he's Zaffa, and that's played out to mid-on to MATCHDAY, and they scamper through for a single.
And that's why I don't think Mark's suggestion is actually that far from the mark, in the sense that because he is very much a feet on the ground kind of individual, he may well end up as, if not quite an absolute out-and-out all-rounder, what you would call a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, I think though, Tom, as I said, he's a level-headed guy. He's, both him and Ollie are lovely, lovely lads, and I think that he, he won't let that sort of thing go to his head. He's just not the type of character to do that, and I just think that he's got a big, big future. We've had another email come in from Jacqueline Forsyth saying how lovely to hear your voices again, and a huge welcome back to us too.
Here's Tom Price from the Ashley Down Road end into the left-handed Allsop, and again Van Buren sharply involved in the game at the moment. A lot of the balls are going his way, and he's doing his best to stop the singles.
She said, "We are the best commentators on the circuit, beaten only by the wonderful Martin Emerson from Durham." Well, Jacqueline, I'll be having words with Martin when I see him here in a couple of weeks. We're looking forward to the season. We'll be there in the Clifton Suite on Saturday. Hope to see you then. Well, what a lovely email. Thank you, and keep them coming.
Price to Allsop once more. Back foot, another no ball. Now, this was a topic of discussion yesterday. You know my rules about no balls. There's our emails, by the way. Dan's the one on the right. Tom Price's overstepping was a topic of conversation amongst some of the members yesterday. It's just that little bit of, it's not indiscipline, just making sure that he really is accurate with his run. That's a better ball. Outside the off stump, forcing Allsop to at least consider playing at it. By the time he considered playing at it, he was already playing into playing at it. Here's a second look.
Yeah, he didn't need to play at that. Didn't need to be playing out there.
I wonder if he's a bit, again, concerned by the footholds. Just to, if you'll apologise for the pun, fill you in on what has been happening ground staff wise today. There's an area out towards the scoreboard side of the ground which has a mat covering a worn wicket that was very, very muddy at about 9:30 this morning. The ground staff put some very, very, very fine soil onto it to try and dry that element out. That wicket is now covered by a mat, and more sawdust has been applied into where the front foot is going down at that Ashley Down Road end. That, I think, if we're being absolutely clear, is the wetter of the two ends here for the bowlers. Here is Price to Allsop again. Drives pleasantly enough, but straight to Van Buren at mid-off.
We do apologise if there's a bit of a sort of up and down motion on the camera that you're looking at there. We promise that it's the wind, and the cameraman hasn't been on the source over the lunch break. So we do apologise there if you're getting your pictures interfered with at home somewhat.
There's a bit of bounce there, isn't there? Mid on and mid off, up on the single for Allsop, who's beaten by Price. That's probably the best delivery he's bowled this afternoon.
Yes, a good seed.
Allsop almost batting on off stump, and it's just held its line.
Yeah, good ball. Especially from round the wicket. It's very, very difficult.
Hammond's gone a little bit wider, so it's almost like two slips and a gully there, and two slips and a fourth slip perhaps. Price again to Allsop, that's short, and you can't afford to bowl it there because Allsop has paddled that away, and it's beaten the one man on the leg side at square leg. Ajit Singh Dale's got no chance of cutting that off, and that's run away for 4. Might be an afternoon where the players have got a cloth tucked in their back pocket just to dry the ball. I mean, I would think that the outfield overall now is they didn't drag a rope round at about 20-2, so I should think it's reasonably dry. But if it does go into one of the areas beyond the rope, that's where a lot of the hog water is obviously disposed of once it's been soaked up. So those areas might be a bit wetter, but we're grateful to be playing under, as you can see, quite bright skies. And Sussex having lost Ali Orr in the third over of the day. Trying to be positive here, but Price has got through a couple of overs. You can see his overall figures. Bowled 5 overs yesterday and taking 1 for 30, and he now has none for 30. He has none for 39 overall.
Now, I want to talk about Cheteshwar Pujara because he comes from Rajkot in Gujarat, which is a place I would love to visit. And if you're tuning in from India as well, welcome to Gloss TV. And Gujarat's got that beautiful new stadium built in Ahmedabad, hasn't it? And what a lovely venue. But Mr. Pujara is from Rajkot, and if you go to Gujarat further to the west of the state, Zafar tosses one up. Pujara looks to drive him through the covers. And the further west you go, there are some beautiful beaches down there. But it's not unknown, if you're sunbathing on those beaches, I'll come on to it after this ball from Zafar. Defended. It's not unknown for the odd visit to the beaches for a pride of Asiatic lions. Now, if I was there sunbathing on the beach with a book, as Zafar comes past the umpire, and Pujara plays him to backward point. Now, if I was there sunbathing away with a book, putting the shades on, maybe a pina colada in my hand, and a pride of Asiatic lions came down, I tell you, I'd be quicker than Chris Dent between the wickets, Ian. I'd be off that beach. Pujara defends. Wouldn't you? Or do you hang around to...
Prides of Lions? I don't hang around Prides of Lions normally.
No. You don't get them in Gloucester, do you?
No. Chiefly not. Not quite rural enough.
Zafar. Oh, that's well bowled. That takes the splice of Pujara's bat. Yeah, so I'd be out of there. I'd be off.
7 on the single for Zafar with Pujara on strike.
Pujara using his feet. Zafar defending now off his own bowling. And that's well done. Cheteshwar Pujara is one of 3 Indians to score 2 double hundreds against Australia, and the others being Sachin Tendulkar and Laxman. Brian Lara's got 3. Can anyone tell us, drop us a line and tell us who got 4 double hundreds against the Australians? Drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Did you know that stat before?
No, I had to Google it.
You had to Google it, right?
I had to Google it, of course I did. I'm not that much of a geek.
Tom Price around the wicket. Allsop gets that off his hip down towards fine leg. Ben Charlesworth is down there as the sub-fielder on the field for Jack Taylor at the moment. And they'll come back for a couple. Allsop's proved a good signing for Sussex. He couldn't really keep his place or couldn't cement a place in the side at Hampshire, despite the fact he'd been there quite a long time. Went to Sussex on loan, got some runs. They liked him. Said, do you want to move along the south coast? And a deal was done. And he had, I think, best part of 1,000 runs in the Championship last year. Here's Price in to bowl to him again. He's solidly forward. I remember him. He got some runs in a 50-over game on a very, very hot day at the Rose Bowl against Gloucestershire. I think they were Hampshire were chasing that day, and he just paced the reply really well. Never looked at any bother, and they won very easily.
Yeah, well, he's a Wiltshire lad actually. He went to school in Devizes, born in High Wycombe, but he's a Wiltshire lad.
3 on the offside, saving 1, but that's whipped away through that gap at the straight mid-wicket once more. Chase for Ajit Singh Dale. They'll take 2. They'll probably take 1 on the arm, actually, because it's a long boundary out there. And they'll come back for a 3rd. I'll tell you what, Ali Orr must be sat in the pavilion at the moment. Absolutely cursing his decision to play that shot.
Because, I mean, when it's a half track, you knew it's premeditated because it was a bad ball from Zafar. And you could have put that anywhere within a 100-yard arc on the leg side, and he's just, just absolutely no need, and he'll be sick with himself.
They added 11 to the overnight score when the wicket went down. 58 the wicket fell at, and Sussex now 71 for 2, and Tom Price is going to go back over the wicket as he has a chance to bowl at Pujara for the first time. Get a 6-3 field. And Pujara's just absolutely placed that exactly where he wanted it, away through extra cover. That's going to just about reach the rope now and go for 4.
That is worth the admission fee alone, because it wasn't even, well, I suppose it was a half volley,
but he's just made that look so simple.
Beautiful.
Economy of movement. No big flamboyant follow through, all in the timing.
This is what's great about the county championship. You're seeing Pujara one side, Marcus Harris for Gloucestershire as well.
Price has got to cover in, and that's did him on the pad going down the leg side. James Bracey will cover quickly, but there was no bat on that, so it will be just the leg by to the Sussex total. I think Graham van Buren has worked out that you can't really leave cover and extra cover open to Van Buren, to Pujara.
No.
That would be too inviting for him.
Yeah, he's a wonderful player, and
Ajit Singh Dale doing some warming up as Price comes back around the wicket to Allsop. Solidly forward, and end of Price is over. 76 for 2, Sussex. Just to pick up on what you kind of said yesterday about the balance between Orr and Allsop. Orr was the aggressor, and Allsop was quite prepared to play sort of the second fiddle role. Here, there probably isn't an out-and-out aggressor between these two, but Pujara is a very steady, dare I say, accumulator, and Allsop's a bit the same. They will pick off the bad ball, but there isn't somebody who's really going to go after it from the first ball, as we felt Orr was yesterday.
Yeah, well, you're looking at the man who's got the record for India's longest innings. Here's Zafar having a bowl at him. Plays that one back. 525 balls he took to score 202 in Ranchi against Australia back in 2017. And there's been some slow batsmen for India over the years, hasn't there? There's short from Zafar. Pujara goes off, trying to force it off the back foot, but can only find backward point. You think there's been not slow players, but sort of very good, technically correct players who've got good defences. Zafar in. Pujara goes down the pitch and doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball there. Well bowled, Zafar. I'm talking about the likes of Rahul Dravid, maybe Sunil Gavaskar, who are world-class players, but they're not known for getting on with it, are they? And Pujara trumps both those two as he biffs that one out to mid-off. Dilunga doing the fielding. So
it's just that thing of, you play each ball on its merits, and if you really can compartmentalise each ball, and the best players absolutely do.
Zafar to him. His setup is beautiful. You watch the way he sets himself up before the game. Everything's in the right place. His head, his head is over his toe. It is just beautifully set up. There's nothing unorthodox about him. So that's cut to backward point. That completes the over. Sussex are 76 for 2. Pujara is on 5 Allsop is on 25. There have been 23 overs. There are 63 overs remaining in the day. You're listening to Gloss TV with me, Dan Whiting, and him, Ian Randall.
And just to make your point about Pujara's stance, where everything is in line, and we can all think of players who've almost worked their way round to be squarer and squarer and squarer, and he is absolutely the antithesis of that.
He's not Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul, is he?
No, he's not. He's not Peter Willey, and he's not. I mean, Gareth Roderick, his stance became quite square.
Kim Barnett.
Yeah, and even amongst the current squad, Chris Dent has worked his way round and round a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Ajit Singh Dale in a bowling change at the Ashley Down Road, and Tom Price's overall figures: 8 overs for 52, so he's bowled 3 overs for 22 this afternoon, and not quite in the same rhythm as last week. Here is Singhdale to Allsop, who lets that go on the good bounce there outside the off stump. Nice carry.
That's a good leave. That's not far away from off stump now.
Judged on length apart from as much as anything else, but he's also a long way across there, isn't he?
Yeah.
To be fair. Sussex started today at 47 for 1, so they've added 29 since we began play at 150. Singhdale over the wicket, and again just punched out on the offside, almost dead bat weight from Tom Allsop. Singhdale's use of the crease is something I always like to see of a bowler, and they're just going to put some sawdust down. He's not afraid to bowl from that position a little bit wider, or just to get a little bit closer, just to define nuances on the angle for him. His natural angle of his delivery of his right arm, the delivery arm, is that the ball would go across the left-hander, so he can get a bit closer to the stumps. Not that he does that here. Just might persuade Allsop to play a little bit more. Going to have a brief change in the box at the end of this over, because Josh Shaw's not involved in this game. He was sitting down to play at Thornbury in the seconds this week, but he is on the ground today, and he's going to join us for a bit.
Yeah, I'll hand over to Josh. You and Josh do 15 minutes, and I'll do 15 minutes with Josh. I'll do it at the end of the over.
Ajit Singh Dale from the far end. That's the Ashley Down Road end, far end from our commentary position. We're in the pavilion, but not the far end for you watching wherever you may be. A couple of comfortable runs away to deep backward square for Allsop. And Sussex just stabilising things a bit after the loss of Ali Orr in Zafar Kahar's second over of the day, caught behind a very straightforward chance to James Bracey after absolutely a dreadful shot from Orr, who tried to play a reverse paddle and got it completely wrong. Here is Singhdale again. That's good carry through to Bracey. Probably takes Ajit the best part of his first over to get his rhythm absolutely how he wants it, but he looked in good shape yesterday when he bowled in that hour or so play that we had.
I'm just going to tell Josh Shaw that an integral part of his commentary duties is to keep my scorebook up to date here, so he's...
Three on the offside, saving one for Singhdale. That didn't get up as much as Allsop might have thought. He ended up just prodding it into the leg side for a single. Away to Marchant de Lange, who we haven't seen so far today, but no doubt he will be involved shortly. Dan will be back in a little while, and I'll monitor the emails as well as taking you through the play with Josh Shaw. Pleasure to see you.
Nice to see you again. Wintered well?
Not too badly, thank you. Yeah, I had a bit of rugby and football to watch.
Nice. Rugby union, of course, I guess that is.
Yeah, down here, yeah, it would be. Let's just pull that microphone up a little bit. It's a bit low for you. That's more like it. from a Gloucestershire perspective, were you thinking that Zaffa might get an early bowl today?
I was actually out of the ground this morning, so I was unsure what was going to go on, and then I turned up just in time for lunch. So yeah, I got a bit of a wind of what was going to happen. You know, I think he's obviously a very good bowler, so why not try and use him early on?
Just tucked into the leg side by Allsop. Chris Dent is at kind of short mid wicket on the single there. He's a lively fielder, as we know, and he's very much saving one in that position. A slip and a short leg for Zaffa to Allsop. Ben Charlesworth under the helmet, probably 3 strides from Allsop's bat. Uses his feet this time though. Goes down the pitch and then up to Marchant de Lange.
I think Ben Charlesworth must be the bad luck charm, because every time he's 12th man, he's always out on the field. With I believe Jack's not well today, so that's why he's out there.
Do you think Jack will be involved at any point today?
Unsure. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but hopefully.
If you feel ill, then it's not so easy to judge. If you've got a problem with a sore finger or something, and then you can perhaps strap it up and get out there. But if you feel a bit groggy, then
yeah, that's the last place you want to be out there on the field.
It's a different equation.
Yeah.
Pujara waits for Zafar Gahar in quite pleasant sunshine, and he's just squeezed that past Charlesworth, who's just in front of square on the leg side, down to Marcus Harris at backward square leg. No run, but Charlesworth is just in front of square, and that's just dabbed this time. Again, no force in the shot from Pujara out on the offside, but Zaffa will enjoy it. I mean, he had not much of a bowl. I don't remember him having much of a bowl at Cardiff. It was chiefly the seamers at Worcester, so first potentially long bowl of the season here at the Seat Unique Stadium in this situation.
Yeah, he probably also caught their batters a bit off guard as well, coming out facing the spinner first up straight after the rain delay this morning. They were probably expecting two seamers potentially, but obviously Zaffa starting at this end probably might have caught them off guard a little bit.
How wet or dry was it at Thornbury when you had some cricket earlier this week?
Yeah, it was pretty wet, but luckily we managed to just bowl from one end, which was a good exercise. Just managed to get the boys out there and actually playing some cricket, which was good.
Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end up to de Lange once more. So the field for him, he's got a fine leg and a man out at deep square. There's a big gap on the leg side between deep square and Marchant de Lange, who is at mid-on. I mean, you could clip a ball into that gap and probably run 3 very comfortably, but Ajit's got to be very careful with this field, with his line, Josh, hasn't he? You
just read the captain's mind. He just moved Miles Hammonds from gully to mid-wicket. Probably thought exactly the same, but with the 2 men back there, he's probably thinking a couple of short balls he can use there with the protection. So just the one slip now then for Allsop. There is the short ball, and ducked underneath by a guy who can keep wicket. He's not going to keep wicket in this game because Ollie Carter's going to keep wicket. But he's a handy and versatile player in that regard. And just looking at the Sussex batting order, Josh, I mean, we were talking briefly yesterday that they look to depend heavily on their top 4, and after that, yes, there might be runs in that middle order, but you couldn't absolutely guarantee it. No, you couldn't. I think, just personally looking from the outside, it looks like they all want to field bat on ball as well, so it could potentially cause hopefully a quick collapse in our case. That'd be quite nice, but on the other hand, they could be quite dangerous, but we'll be hoping that we can get the wickets fairly quickly. Yeah, Sussex have only won 1 championship game in each of the last 2 summers, and part of that is because they got a very young team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of this 11 is 22 or under, and they lean heavily on the likes of Pujara, who obviously is the 4-day captain. Here he is waiting for Ajit Singh Dale. He's got him
almost on a leading edge there. Again, not played with any force, so he's got away with that. It's got up to De Lange at mid-off.
Back to the age thing of the Sussex team, that can only be a good thing for Sussex in the long run, giving the younger lads a good go when they're still learning the game. So, you know, they obviously trying to breed young cricketers there, which is a good sign for everyone involved, I think.
And I'll come back to that point after this ball. Here is Singdale again to Pajara. There's a second slip in for him, and that's driven pleasantly, but with no power, up on the onside and fielded off his own bowling by Singdale. Not all of those will absolutely. There are chances for all of them at the moment. One or two are coming through faster than others. Ali Orr would be one. His dismissal today accepted. Tom Haynes has already shown that he's got plenty of ability. But maybe not all of the bowlers will command a regular place, and one or two might ultimately fall by the wayside. Outside the off stump from Singdale, let go by Pajara. He is on 5, and 4 of those runs came from a beautiful shot. I think it was off either the first or second ball he faced. Since then, he's been a little bit more circumspect. Allsop's got to 30, 1 wicket to fall today. That of Ali Orr, who was out, caught behind by James Bracey. A little dolly of a catch, really, off Zafar Gahar for 36, when the score was 58. And pleasure to have Josh Shaw with us for this match. I'm thinking you've not yet had a berth in any of the 4 games in the team, is that right?
No,
I mean, obviously the Yorkshire game, it wouldn't have mattered if you were picked or not, because it was there was no cricket. But
yeah, I've been in and around the squad, which has been nice, and just kind of training alongside that. Unfortunately not played, but hopefully when the opportunity comes, I can take that. But the boys are doing a good job at the moment. So
Zafar Gahar in, Allsop just works that past the right hand of Ben Charlesworth out into the deep, and Miles Hammond does the fielding. Just something that was said, I think it might have been at the AGM on Thursday evening, or it may have been at the Exiles AGM on Monday, about Dale Benkenstein's approach, and I'll come back to that after this, if I can, in this over, if not at the end of it. Zafar Gahar in, off the back foot this time from Pajara, out and fielded by Chris Dent. And that was that, I think the point was made by Steve Snell that the boys appreciate what they feel is Dale's, what he called, balanced and fair approach to coaching, and approach in terms of the man management. And if he's balanced and fair, you can't ask for any more than that as a player, can you?
Absolutely not. If he's giving you the true word and everybody believes in that, then that's absolutely fine. And you know, I think the way that we've gone with 3 seamers and a spinner in the first 4 games, I think that's proven that, you know, it's worked quite well at the minute. He's obviously a big fan of that, and as long as all the bowlers are fit, I think it'll work quite well throughout the season. But it's just making sure that all the bowlers stay fit, and the rotation that he mentioned is the right option.
And that does make it harder, though, if there are, say, 8 seam bowlers on the payroll, that only 3 are getting in. Pushed away again off the back foot by Pajara.
Yeah, I think obviously with all the 7 out of 13 days being affected with rain, this is pretty much day 1 of the season again almost, because we just keep getting washed out every week. So I think the boys are still fresh. It will be obviously the time for a rotation with a week off next week. Obviously that comes at another good time for the boys. But if you're not playing, you're going into the second team and doing well and putting performances, you know, your name will be in and around the first team, which is good.
Just something you said earlier on about that cricket at Thornbury, you bowled all the overs from one end.
Yes, we did, correct, yeah.
And was that because the other end was wet?
Yeah, you could have grown some nice potatoes in there, I believe. It was quite wet down at one end. Obviously got under the covers, had a lot of rain, there's nothing you can do about it. And luckily it was only a friendly game against Leeds Bradford University, so they were quite happy just to bat and bowl from one end, which was good. I mean, obviously if that was a real second team 11 fixture, you know, I think we probably would have been called off, but it was nice just to get some cricket in, because quite a few of us haven't really played at all, so it was good to play. And then I believe we're back I think it might be Rockhampton next week for another second team game.
5 on the single here for Allsop, as Singdale
drops the one short. He gets enough on it to control it and feed it down to Tom Price, who's at fine leg, just a single. And Sussex, since the loss of Ali Orr, have added 25 so far. We didn't start till 10 minutes to 2. If you've sort of come to the stream late in the day, probably haven't missed that much overall. Singdale in, and again Pajara. He's very still at the crease, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, as a bowler, I don't know whether you ever look up and see a fidgety batsman and think you've got more chance, because they're never quite set, they're never really in the right place. But he is absolutely 100% still, isn't he?
Yeah, he's making sure his head and eyes are level and nice and still at the point of delivery, which is obviously the key to batting pretty much. And like you say, it's a bit worrying when he makes it look so easy.
Singdale in again. Oh, that's a nice shape. Not quite as much carry through to James Bracey, but that's probably where you want to be bowling to him. Cheteshwar Pujara.
Looks quite a nice wicket to bowl on, really, to be honest. Looking from here, a little bit of carry, a little bit of pace. It looks a nice wicket.
Yeah, I think yesterday we couldn't really judge in the hour that we had whether there was any real zip in it. At times it looked a little bit of a pudding, but it was a grey old day. That's taken low by Bracey as Pujara is drawn half forward. Certainly when Ajit's he feels their wicket is round the corner, he gets heavily emotionally involved in things, doesn't he?
It's quite strange because he's quite relaxed off the field and in the changing rooms, and then he must have white line fever, I reckon, something like that. When he's got the ball in the hand, he's giving 100%.
Just asking Graham Van Buren whether he wants him just to even drop out just 2 or 3 yards, but the skipper's walking in again once more here, and again Pujara lets that go. He gets his front pad right across, and Gloucestershire striving for the wicket that would get them a first bowling bonus point. Obviously from a Sussex point of view, they'd like to bat for the rest of the day, I would think. And they'd be getting to somewhere a bit close to 300, you would have thought, particularly if these two stay in. Singdale in. Shout for an LBW against Pujara. It certainly wasn't going over the top, but was it going down the leg side? Let's have a chance to have a second look at it. This is the last ball of Ajit's over.
That looks quite tight, to be honest. Looked like hit him on the back leg.
Billy Taylor and Mark Newell are our umpires for this match. It was Mark Newell who turned that down. Is Ajit a sort of a 6-over burst kind of bowler, do you think, or is that kind of his optimum, just to keep the control and the pace up?
Potentially, it's like anyone really. I presume the longer you bowl for, the more fatigued you get. But it'd be nice to, if you can get 5 or 6 good overs in with his pace up. But unless he's going really, really well, I don't see there's much point in going beyond that. Obviously, it just depends on the circumstances and things like that. But he's bowling well at the minute, so I'd like to see him bowl a few more.
Yeah, there is a change though at the pavilion end. Zafaka Hart out of the attack, and Marchant de Lange for the first time today, and Allsop plays that calmly out into the leg side and fielded by Tom Price at mid-on. So for de Lange, 2 slips, and then sort of the fine gully. So that's Dent and Ollie Price in the slips and Hammond in the gully. Zafaka Hart is at backward point. He's got a cover in the mid-off as well. So again, fairly orthodox field. De Lange just trying to push that across the left-hander, but also getting in line.
He's up to over 80 balls faced now for his 32. Well, he came in yesterday rather earlier than he would have expected. Tom Haynes out cheaply. Delanger from close to the stumps. Worked very fine, and Singdale with a good diving stop has just about prevented the boundary down at fine leg in front of the apartments. That's the shortest boundary on the ground. Even with the pitch fairly central, that's still the one that, in Michael Klinger's time at the club, he always used to say in a white ball game, that's the one you attack.
Yeah, there's actually not much difference straight. I think they measured it a couple of years ago. There isn't much distance, but it does look a lot shorter when you're out there for sure.
Allsop waits again for Delanger. Again, that's wide of the off stump and going further away, so Allsop doesn't need to push hard at that. I was wandering around the ground this morning in between, I think it was the second and third inspections, and Marchant was having a chat with Dominic Goodman, who again, as with Josh, we haven't seen in the first team this season. Is he a good mentor figure, do you think, for the younger boys?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's a nice ball.
Yeah, there's a good delivery again from Delanger.
He must be the kindest 6'5", 110 kilogram person I've ever met. I think he's comes in every morning, shakes everyone's hand, and yeah, I think he's just a good person to have around. I think he's obviously a class bowler, so it's nice to have his experience around and being able to tap into his knowledge of red and white ball cricket. I think that'd be vital for the younger lads, and myself included, to tap into that knowledge.
Delanger past umpire Billy Taylor. That's a bit shorter, and Allsop sways out of the way. So Sussex 85 for 2. They started the day on 47 for 1. Ali Orr, the man out today. More from Josh Shaw, and then Dan Whiting will join him.
Well, hopefully I don't have the commentators. Well, hopefully in this case I do have the commentators' curse, unlike last year when we were batting at Cheltenham. I saw somebody else on one of the streams had the commentators' curse about somebody who was looking really nice, then the next ball they got out. I think it might have been Sussex actually last week against Yorkshire potentially.
I think it was Adrian Harms at Sussex on the BBC.
Yeah.
My name's Dan Whiting. I'm back here with Josh Shaw, and Sussex going along quite nicely at 85 for 2. They'll be quite happy with this, having been stuck in, won't they?
Yeah, they're in a good position here. I think it's Kiwi.
There's Ajit Singhdale into Pujara.
We're bowling quite well here. If we could just sneak one or two now, would be a real bonus. They're looking quite set. I think 85 for 2. I think they'll be, obviously, like we mentioned before, they'll be looking to bat all day and get a decent first innings score. Obviously, with pretty much all of yesterday been washed out, kind of a three-day shootout now with the weather set fine, I believe. So they'll be looking to get a good first innings score.
Yeah, here's Ajit Singhdale, quite chest on action, and that's down the leg side. Good take there by James Bracey. Yeah, Josh Shaw, for those of you who or those of you listening in and just joined us, or those at Sussex who are joining us, isn't allowed to do ball by ball by his own teammates, because every time he goes anywhere near a microphone, a Gloucestershire wicket falls. So he's banned in the dressing room.
Miles Hammond last year at Cheltenham when he was set fair, looking like he was going to break Brian Lara's record, of course. But
And I think I said to you, I'll come on to it after this ball by Ajit Singhdale. That's well bowled. I think he's got an inside edge on that. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at this. I think he's just got a little inside edge on this.
Yeah,
he has. So we did it again, and I said, don't worry about that, it's mumbo jumbo, don't believe in superstition. So you took the mic again, and immediately Tom Price was dropped the next ball, and you threw the mic back at me. You couldn't get out of your hands quickly enough.
It's not for me, the ball by ball, unfortunately, I don't think.
Is Ajit Singh Dale. He's bowling nicely at Pujara, isn't he? He's not giving him any freebies.
No, he's giving him a good working over here. I think he's not really missed a spot that much, and he's bowling quite well, so hopefully he can nick him out here. It'd be quite nice.
He's going away. Do you think he's setting him up for the 3-card trick and one back into him to trap him LBW? He does go quite a long way across, doesn't he, Pujara?
Yeah, I'd have tried it by now. I think I get quite bored. I think when I bowl, that's my problem, I think. But no, I think it'd be a good bit of bowling if he does do that. Maybe this overall, the next one, he's just dropped deep square leg out here, so he might potentially be trying it this ball maybe. But yeah, I'd be certainly giving it a go at some stage.
I think Pujara's been around though. He's surely not going to fall for, the short ball and put it down deep square leg's throat, is he? Surely not.
Well, you never know, do you? This is the great game. You never quite know.
Yeah. Talking of games, I'm going to come on to golf in a minute because I've seen you in an advert, Josh, and I want to come on to that shortly.
Okay. Be quite a nice driving range here, wouldn't it?
Well, apparently there used to be a driving range by all accounts. So
yeah.
Here's Ajit Singh Dale in Pujara, textbook forward defence. So this advert that's going around on the club's social media, etc. It's got you and Jared Warner, the 2 Yorkshire lads here down in Bristol.
Yeah.
And what do you play golf off?
I'm 3.5, I believe.
Wow, that's serious.
Yeah, so I think
you can't
maybe there's a bit of golf in me after
the golf
the advert. Yeah,
here's the advert.
It's for radio, I think, isn't it? Nice course to Kendallshire as well, man.
Come join the Gloucestershire players for the inaugural club golf day at the Kendallshire on Friday the 5th of May to raise money for the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust. It's going to be a fantastic.
Here's DeLunger in, and that's also just riding the bounce there. That's well played. Yeah, it's Friday the 5th of May.
Yep.
The Gloucestershire Cricket Trust, the club's charitable arm, they're hosting its inaugural charity golf day to help raise money for community programmes here and initiatives run by the Trust. And you can enjoy a day playing 18 holes alongside your favourite Gloucestershire cricket players, and Josh Shaw will go round at about 58 by the sound of it.
Front 9.
Oh! That's gone through Miles Hammond at that sort of floating 5th slip area there. It's very fine gully, isn't it? Or sort of like a floating area.
Yeah, tough chance there.
And it's gone through his hands. He also pushed it that quite hard. And the extra pace of Marshall DeLunger.
Just tipped it over the bar.
Yeah, it would have been a corker.
Unlucky. Yeah, it was a tough chance. It'd been nice if we could have grabbed onto that, but I think that's all the pressure that we've built up. I think they're just fending out at that one when he could have quite easily let it go. I think we bowled, certainly since I've been on air, we've bowled really well here.
Yeah. So you can come along, play 18 holes alongside whoever in the Gloucestershire side. Here's Marshall in past the umpire, short ball. Also lets that go through to the gloves of James Bracey. Who else is decent at golf in that dressing room at Gloucestershire?
Jared Warner is annoyingly.
Is he a bandit?
Yeah, he doesn't get the ball above 15 foot off the floor and then just scuttles them down the middle of the fairway. No, he's quite good. Hamo, Bracey, Denty used to play quite a bit, but he's now got into darts as we've got a dartboard in the changing room. Yeah.
I'll come on to that after this ball. That's a good delivery there from Marchant. Beats Allsop outside his off stump. Chris Dent hit a 180, didn't he, the other week on the dartboard?
Yeah, we've had a few. We've had a few of them, but he's certainly the best by far. I think he's pretty good. We've got a Premier League of darts running up throughout the season. He's about 40 games to play. You got to play each other twice. Obviously, taking the cricket really seriously. Apart from that, but
you've got to do something when it rains.
Absolutely.
Where are you in this league at the moment?
I'm around mid-table, I think. I either win or lose. I'm not there for drawing. Just get the win or the loss.
DeLunger in. Allsop defends that out into the covers. Yep. So going back to golf, who's the worst golfer in that dressing room?
The worst golfer.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to pick on Ajit because I'm not actually seeing him play. or Zaffa. I've not seen Harry. Actually, there's a couple who don't actually play, so that could be good fun if they get out there. I warn you, you want to get off last, so you don't hold me up, please.
Well, you can either book as a team of 4, or you can sign up to play as part of a team made up of the Gloucestershire players. And single players are welcome, and after your round, join everyone there, all the players. There's a barbecue lunch, there's a raffle. As he just drops that into the offside. And there's a link in the description as well. Or you can email community@glossccc.co.uk, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic day. And do not get into a wager with Josh Shaw on that golf course, because you'll lose your money, or it'll cost you a fortune, maybe in the odd beer, perhaps.
The benefit,
at the 19th hole.
The benefit if you do take the bet on is I don't have many shots, do I, throughout the course? So they've got the advantage of a few extra shots.
There speaks a true Yorkshireman.
Yeah.
Here's Ajit Singh Dale at the top of his run, about to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara. That's a good leave.
That looked like the one he might have meant to angle back in. Kind of went on a.
He uses the crease quite well, Ajit Singh Dale, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He sort of doesn't land his feet.
Yeah, it's a nice ball.
Yeah. Ajit approaching the crease, and Pujara just plays that out to the Gloucestershire skipper at mid-on. We've had an email from Dan Bottom. Hello Dan, hope you're well, mate. He's a good North London lad, and he's a Somerset fan, which, will be nice to him, won't we? We'll be nice to him.
Always.
Yeah, no Somerset playing fantasy cricket is a decent way to watch different games throughout the day. And it's great to be watching Dale v Pujara. Good battle. James Coles to keep an eye on later. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him as well. Either of you play fantasy cricket and have an eye out on players? Well, I'll come on to that after this ball. It's played to mid-on. Van Buren coming in, throws the ball back to James Bracey. I actually ended up, after week 1 in the cricket draft fantasy cricket, second in the whole world. I was number 1 in England, and I've done an Arsenal. I have just dropped like a stone.
Well, doing an Arsenal is getting to the back end of the season still top and then dropping off the face, isn't it?
Yeah, all right. I've
You've done a lead. You started well and dropped to bottom.
Yeah.
You've done a lead.
Yeah. I'm now languishing in the 800s, I think.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of the lads play it. I think when it first got set up,
by one to the total.
If I'm right, I think we played it a few years ago. It must have been 2016, 2017. I think we played it with. I think the Telegraph did one, did they? Or
they
something?
did.
Or Daily
Yeah, they
Mail?
did. Yeah.
And we played it on there, but none of the boys have played it since. Obviously, it's a bit tough if you're playing against the opposition. You got a fellow batter or a bowler as a captain. You kind of like, do you celebrate them getting a wicket, or you're a bit down in the dumps?
Do you put yourself in your fantasy side as well? Because Jamie Porter at Essex did an interview, and he put himself, and he said, "Well, you got to back yourself, haven't you? You've got to back yourself."
Yeah, you also get the inside info if you're going to be around the squad or not, don't you?
Yeah,
so
you can do.
You tap into that knowledge a little bit.
Yeah.
I when I played it, I got myself in there for a few games. Yeah, but we some of the lads are dead keen on the football one, which it's not for me. I lose interest. The boys listen to podcasts and YouTube videos. It's a bit all intense for me, is that?
Yeah, it's a bit too much. Here's Ajit into the crease. Good bumper. Allsop ducks underneath it. That was well directed. Got the leg slip in now as well for that little fend round the corner, for that little tickle around there. So it's good captaincy this from Graham Van Buren. It's nice to see. And Miles Hammond, the man at leg slip.
This is exactly the time you don't really want to bat, when you just know everything's telegraphed to be coming short. I think that's the one I try and avoid.
Yeah.
Don't even look about taking it on, just get under it and let them keep bowling them and just get out of the way, I think.
Here's Ajit. We've had an email that completes the over, by the way. 90 for 2. Pajara is on 5. Allsop's on 38. We had an email from AJ. I don't know. It's not Ajit because he's out there bowling.
AJ Ty?
You may be. Saying, has Josh Shaw ever had a hole in one?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Have you?
Yep. Yeah.
How many times?
Just the one. It was actually another players' golf day at the Kendallshire. I think it's a 12.
Right.
Beautiful hole, and I was, lucky enough. Landed right next to the hole, rolled by and just spun back. I'm sounding very professional, but I can tell you that's exactly what happened.
I tell you what, you don't want to be on Josh Shaw's hitting that foursome with him because he's going to be.
If it's a team event, though, we'll be all right.
Oh, it's a team event.
I'm not sure. I don't know, but if it is, that'd be nice.
We've had another question as well from somebody who hasn't given us their name, but they'd be interested to hear from Josh. Who of our current crop is closest, or he can see playing for England in the near future, and at what format?
So I think after last year, I think we all nailed Tom Price on to at least get a Lions tour in the winter, but that unfortunately didn't happen. But he, I can see him playing for having a good career for England. I believe he's good enough with both bat and ball. I think that proves. Well, his bowling's proved all his career so far, but last week just topped it off with a bat. We've always known he's had that ability as well.
DeLonge in. Pajara plays that out to the aforementioned Tom Price at mid-on. Yeah, I think he's got a wonderful career ahead of him. I also think that James Bracey's too good a cricketer to, just have those sort of couple of England caps or whatever he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think obviously it was quite hard to watch for the boys what happened when obviously Bracey got his two matches, but he came back and real focus, didn't really down tools. He's more committed as ever to get back in there, and I think that proves. Especially last year, did quite well, and then this year he started pretty well. So hopefully he can carry on that form.
DeLonge in, and that goes behind the stumps. It wasn't really in any danger of tickling the bails off, but sometimes they spin, don't they? Sometimes they do a bit of a bit like your pitching wedge shots, Josh.
It's a bit of backspin.
Yeah.
Bit of backspin, yeah.
And we spoke over the winter, and what I didn't realise about you is you've got family members who played at professional level in another sport, haven't you?
Yeah.
I'll come on to that after this ball. Here's DeLonge in past the umpire, and that's got to be a bit high and a strangled shout, probably nowhere near. But they're bowling well at Pajara here. But going back to, it's high. It's hit him in the box actually. You've got your grandfather played
rugby league for Hull Kingston Rovers.
Yeah. Had a good career as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he went pretty well. I think I've always been interested in my rugby league. I really did want to play, but Grandad and my dad pulled ties on that. Not allowed, unfortunately.
Pajara defends back down the pitch. And your dad played cricket for Yorkshire, so you're the third generation of your family to play professional sport. Yeah,
and I think I've been quite lucky really to be able to do this as my job, as people would call it. Feel very lucky to do that, and obviously being able just have the time off and things like that during the winter, being able to watch other sports and get involved it's been quite good. So
that's well bowled by DeLonge.
Yeah, my granddad, he played for Hull Kingston Rovers. I believe he played against Australia in a select 11. My dad was telling me the other week he's still got his badge at home somewhere for that. I was asking after a retro rugby shirt because that'd fit in right down the Gloucester Road down here, just dressing in all the retro gears.
Well, you've got a retro bucket hat that you wear out on the pitch, so we're hoping to see that back in action. We're hoping the sun shines so you can get it on.
It was out there at Worcester last week in the warm-ups.
Yeah.
I think a couple of the media team got some photos when me and Marcus were actually playing rugby in the warm-ups there. I was acting as the big strong winger and he was just punting the kicks into the corner, just trying to score a few tries. It was good fun.
90 for 2, maiden from March and DeLonge. Pajara still on 5, Allsop's on 38. We've got 53 overs left in the day. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm here with Gloucestershire bowler Josh Shaw, and it's always a pleasure to have you on the mic, Josh. And it's been a miserable winter being a Leeds fan, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not been great. It's been quite tough, hasn't it? I think they nearly got over the line the other day against Leicester, but not quite. It's going to be a tough run. I know a couple of the office staff are Leeds fans as well. So last year I was like, we'll be fine, we'll be all right, and we managed to stay up by the skin of his teeth. But I think this year we might be struggling. I think.
Now I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Are Leeds going to stay up? Yes or no? In a nutshell.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna quote you on this later in the season. You know that.
Yeah.
Zafar Gahar switched ends. He's going to come in from the Ashley Down road end.
Yeah, Matt Taylor's on the field for somebody there. Deep square leg.
Yeah, looks like.
Let's do the scouting. It'd probably be a G if he's just a G's off the field. Yeah. Actually,
Zafar Gahar always throws me because he always has that little warm-up bowl, doesn't he? Before
you always think he's ready to go and the batter's not in play.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, wow, I didn't think you were allowed to do that anymore. Are you? I can't. It's a bit short and chopped away, and that's going to be 4 runs there to Allsop. Can't bowl there with only 2 on the offside. He's got a 7-2 field here because he's turning it back into the left-hander, and you really don't want to be short outside the off stump if you've got that sort of field. You know, Graham Van Buren set this field to make him play, hasn't he? He's got the short leg in. Oh, he's got it's actually a 6-3 because there's a slip in, but
a bit of a warm-up delivery as I say there. Hopefully he gets into his spell quite soon. But I think going back to that, Zafar now hopefully can add to the pressure what the teamers have built there. Hopefully.
Yeah. I want to talk about sort of 12thers duties.
Bit experienced at that,
Yeah. Here's Zafar in, and Allsop gets his feet moving down the wicket to him. I mean, you were 12th man at Cardiff, you were 12th man. Your squad wasn't picked for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
You're 12th at Worcester.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's frustrating. You want to be out there playing.
Yeah.
But the duties are, as Zafar comes in, that's well bowled, a little bit of turn, gentle. Are you sort of having to go and get the drinks ready?
Yeah.
I mean, what are the duties as a 12er?
Literally everything. You getting the bottles ready, putting hydration tablets into the drinks.
Zafar in. Oh.
Nearly run out backing up again there.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Allsop's been out 3 times in 3 games doing it, hasn't he? So was that part of Dale's pre-match sort of tactics?
Yeah. No, but back to the 12th man. Yeah, you're filling up bottles, hydration tablets, in the bottles, running on sweaters, running on helmets, taking off helmets, and then there's always, when you've been sat around all day, you can always bank on Miles Hammond to forget hand warmers or his sunglasses. There's always something he's forgot. So
you can't sit around and sort of have a little snooze for 20 minutes or anything like that.
Be nice, wouldn't it? Be nice. No, it's all right. It's good. I'm quite big on you. Obviously, if you're there to do it, you get it done and you do the right things because you'd expect the same when you need something. So you just try and keep everyone happy.
Zafar's going around the wicket to Pujara, keeping the short leg interested there. So you've got a silly point and a short leg now. You've got, that's Charlesworth in at silly point, isn't it? And is that Marcus Harris?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Short leg. As Pujara plays that. This won't face Pujara though, will it? Having men round the bat, brought up in Indian conditions. It'll be, it'll be like home from home for him, won't it?
Yeah.
So
be quite happy with that, rather than that nipping around off a length.
Yeah. So we put a question out earlier, and Pujara is one of 3 Indians to score 2 double hundreds against Australia.
Yeah.
Sachin Tendulkar and VVS Laxman being the others. Brian Lara's got 3. Who's got 4? We've got a Gloucestershire connection. He's not an Indian. He's an English guy. Gloucestershire connection.
Phone a friend.
You can. You can. You've got the same surname as one of your teammates.
I am useless at anything like this, so I think I will pass. I will let you just read out the answer on the screen.
It's Wally Hammond.
Nice.
A legend down here.
Miles.
Yeah.
Played for quite a while then, hasn't he, Miles? He's a fair few games under his belt.
Yep. We're going to see Tom Price have a go from the pavilion. I like the way Graham Van Buren's rotating his bowlers here. He's switching his hand around, and he's. I like the way he's rotating his bowlers. We'll keep you on just for one more over before we get Mr. Randall back, because I'm sure you've got plenty to do, but it's always a pleasure to have you on.
Got some coaching to do up at Bristol Cricket Club. Get up there and help some of the boys out. Ready for we've got friendly tomorrow. Price
in, it's defended by also. You got a friendly? Who you got?
Clevedon, I believe it's away now. It's got changed because I think it was a bit too wet still at Bristol, so we've moved over to Clevedon. So that's tomorrow, 40 over match.
Is Jared playing for Clevedon?
He's up ship and gone elsewhere. So
has he?
He coached the team to relegation, and then he's up ship. He's done one. Sorry, Jared.
Tom Price passed umpire Billy Taylor, and that's defended into the onside. So where's Jared playing now then?
I think he's now at Froster with Will Naish. I think he's gone there he's jumped off the sinking ship, and now he's gone there to take over the reins there. So.
And Tommy Borman's gone there as well, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's gone from Dumbleton.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, he's gone there. They've got a half decent team, but a bit of pressure on Jared with the coaching again there. He can't be seen to taking two teams down, can he?
No, I mean he would be sort of like John Bond as the football manager back in the day, you know, one of those guys. So
it's all good fun. We get stuck into him in the change rooms. He enjoys it. But no, he's it's a bit closer to home for him as well. He living up that way, so his wife had a child over the winter as well, so I think it just makes a bit more sense for him to be up there.
Yeah. Price in, that's quite full. This is better from Tom Price here. Keeping Allsop honest. Yeah, it's, I mean, they're obviously a very good cricket club, Froster. They came here on a stag do for the game against Yorkshire last year, where they had 11 blokes dressed as cricketers, 2 umpires and a duck.
Sounds like the perfect Saturday.
And your mate Jordan Thompson took a bit of stick off them.
Yeah.
Here's Price in, and was squared Allsop up a little bit. Your mate Jordan Thompson was taking a little bit of stick off them, and he took it well, gave a little bit back, and I believe he actually got an invite to the wedding. So, yeah, it's a great story.
It must have been short on numbers if you're invited Tom, I think.
Yeah. Price approaching the wicket, coming in past Billy Taylor, and that's a maiden. 95 for 2, Pajara 5, Allsop 43. Josh, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board, mate.
Thank you
it's
very much.
Always a pleasure, and
Thank
I'm
you.
sure we'll see you over the summer.
Yeah, you sure will.
And you know, hopefully we'll see you out there.
Yeah,
you know, that's what
hopefully,
we really want to see.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
Yeah, but I'll see you, no doubt. I'll see you for a pint in the Gloucester Road at some point over the
Sounds
season.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Josh Shaw there. So Zafar Gahar's going to take over the Ashley Down Road end. I'm joined back by Ian Randall, my partner in crime.
Fascinating to hear you talk to Josh. It was a question I was going to ask. Perhaps we can do that the next time he's on, because it is a kind of a coaching question. So it's unfair that we should pose it when he isn't here. So we'll store that away. Here is Zafar from the Ashley Down Road end to Pajara, who seems to have just so much time here. He's He's only got 5, but he's just booking in, it seems. Zaffa from around the wicket. Works that up towards Graham van Veeren and scrambles through for the single.
Ouch, that's hit him, I think. I think that's hit Pujara.
If so, where? On
the arm, I think.
Yeah, on his left arm. It's his front arm, obviously.
I think he was gone there, if that had been a direct hit. He's all right. He's getting up. DeLange has picked him up.
Well, he wouldn't expect anything else from Marchand but to
He's a gentleman,
help
isn't
him
he?
to his feet.
He's an absolute gent.
As Josh described, he comes in every morning and shakes hands with everybody. And
he didn't want to run himself out there, though, did he?
Yeah, he is the most perfectly mannered individual, Marchand de Lange. 96 for 2, Sussex. So a good base here for them on a sunny afternoon. And they've got one man reasonably well set in Tom Alsop, and another who's, they may only have 6 on the board, but Gloucestershire will be well aware of his ability to accumulate a big score. Alsop plays that from the crease, absolutely dead weight back up the pitch.
Yeah, Pujara, I mean, just watching him here, it's a masterclass in defence, isn't it? And he was the second fastest Indian to 1,000 test runs. Only Vinod Kambli was quicker than him.
Zaffa staying over the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. 107 balls he's faced now for his 43. There's the bowling figures. And Tom Price is the exception out of that. It's economical apart from Price, who in both his spells yesterday and today it's just not looked as rhythmical and as just settled in his whole performance as he did at Worcester. Maybe that just proves that A, cricket is a great leveller, and B, that at his age you're going to have, you know, big peaks and the odd trough. I'm not saying this is a bad trough, it's not, but it's just one of those days when things aren't quite going for you and the edges go away through gaps and the odd short ball is punished. And as a result, that's why his figures look out of kilter with the others.
Yeah, they do, but he's too good a cricketer, he's too good a competitor, and even if he goes round the park in the first innings, I think Tom Price has got that little bit about him. He's the sort of bloke who'd bounce back in the second innings. Some scores from around the country. Warwickshire at Edgbaston, 150 all out. Surrey, 64 for 3. Up at Chester Street. I'll come on to that after this ball from Tom Price. Pujara just turns that around the corner for a single. Moves the score on to 96. Up at Chester Street, Durham, they were 452 for 9 declared. Derbyshire in response at 83 for 7. Durham, top of the table, are going really well this year.
Yeah, just one line from them. Matthew Kuhneman, who got a bunch of wickets in their
left-arm spinner
opening win, has got a stress fracture and is going back home. He's leaving Durham.
Price in to Alsop, who plays that one very nicely and has timed it very nicely as well. And he's going to go all the way for 4, beats Ben Charlesworth. And he's just lent on that. It's a really, really nice shot there from Tom Alsop.
Just a nudge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Within striking distance of a half century now.
At Leicester. Leicestershire, 407 all out. Glamorgan, 16 for 1. Leicestershire have been the surprise, haven't they, of this year's, you know, beating Yorkshire the other week. Tom Price in. driven only to mid-off. Yeah, they beat Yorkshire the other week, first time since 1910. Ian Randall remembers that game very well. Yeah. At Lords, Kent 186 all out. Middlesex, who have struggled with the bat this season, they're 86 for 5. Couple of wickets there for, I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Price, which is just defend. Both openers were undone by Wes Agar, Australian quick.
Brother of Ashton?
Give me a moment.
Sure, that's
Give me a moment.
Too many Agars playing top flight cricket in Australia, surely.
Yep, Ashton's brother.
Yeah, had to be.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be rapid. Tom Price comes past umpire Billy Taylor and Alsop, who's just 3 shy of a 50 here. And I think he's batted very well. He's played the ball on his
second
merits.
50 of the season too for him.
Yeah, he's played the ball on his merits and he's put the bad ball away. And he deserves a 50 here, I think, Tom Alsop.
Made 400s last season as well in the championship.
Good cricketer. Born in High Wycombe. But he was a big shot in the minor counties. And that's worked off his legs. He's only going to find Ajit Singh Dale down at long leg though. And he'll retain the strike. That's the 100 up as well. 102 for 2. Alsop on 48. Pujara on 7. Yeah, Tom Alsop, he played a lot in the Southern Premier League. Played for the Hants Academy, and I think he was sort of top of the averages there a couple of times. He was actually capped by Hampshire in 2021, but then sort of went out the side, and as you mentioned earlier, Ian, he went on loan to Sussex, didn't he, before signing permanently last season. He can also keep wicket as well. He's a good all-round cricketer, and he's about to face Afagahar.
Yeah, if you're just thinking about how to plan the rest of your afternoon around the cricket, we've about 45 minutes until tea, which will be taken at 4 o'clock. Alsop punches the first ball of a new over from Zafar up to mid-off. Van Buren is there. Just seeing how about the sub-fields at the moment. I think Ajit is back on the field now at backward point and squeezed round the corner, but all there on the ground by Alsop into mid-wicket, where the man there's on the single, so there's no chance of a run. Ollie Price is in at slip, and Ben Charlesworth on the field for Jack Taylor at short leg. It's almost chopped on. Almost chopped on by Alsop.
Just push that through a little bit quicker, Zafar there. He's got lovely, subtle variations of pace, hasn't he? That's one of his strengths.
Seen across towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground there, you can see the mat that was covering the strip that was really quite muddy this morning after the rain yesterday.
Spoke yesterday about James Bracey's wicket keeping, and there I want to speak about that at the end of the over. Actually, I'll come on to that.
Zafar over the wicket to the left-handed Alsop, who tries to use his feet, then gets a bit tucked up. He does squeeze the ball out to Hammond at mid-wicket, but it wasn't the most gainly of the shots that he's played. He's hit 5 boundaries in his 49. And now Pujara back on strike, and Hammond going back in under the lid at short leg. So a silly mid-off, short leg and a slip for Zafar round the wicket to Pujara. That's too short, and it's cracked away for 4. He hasn't really dropped one that short today until that delivery, and Pujara's been waiting and waiting for that, almost that risk-free one that he can just crack away. And Sussex up to 107 for 2.
Spoke yesterday about James Bracey's wicket keeping, and it's impressed me, and I think he's getting better and better. What we saw there as well is a wicketkeeper needs good footwork as well as good glove work. And Bracey's footwork has improved considerably, I think, since I first saw him at the beginning of last season. And you saw a couple of really good takes there, one down the leg side, and he's actually getting into a position, so he's getting from A to B and letting his gloves there take over. But if you don't have the good footwork initially, it's no good having the glove work. And I really do think he is improving every time I see him as a wicketkeeper. Here's Tom Price. Bowling to Allsop, who's on 49. $107 for 2. Sussex will be quite content with their lot here, I think. I think the pitch is a good batting pitch, though. I don't think there's... The rains have got in.
I'll complete those championship scores during this over, Dan.
Price.
Give you the latest. So, at Lords, Kent 186, Middlesex 86 for 5 in reply. That's in Division 1, of course. Also in Division 1, Warwickshire 64 for 3 on my screen in response. In Division 2, at Chester Street, Derbyshire 83 for 7 in reply to Durham's 452 for 9 declared. And at Leicester, Glamorgan 20 for 1 in reply to Leicester's 407.
Price going over the wicket now to Allsop. That's well bowled. Allsop just a little bit late on that, perhaps.
Somebody posed a question actually yesterday. I think it may have been on a social media outlet about why there are not 9 games in this round with everybody playing. And I think the response merely was, yes, there are only, I've only given 4 scores there because there are only 5 games going on in this round, and that is that, you know, everybody has a week off in this block, so that you haven't got the situation that Gloucestershire faced last year of playing 6 consecutive championship matches.
Allsop just plays that to mid-wicket.
So as a consequence, you haven't got 9 games every week.
Yeah, it's one of the vagaries of the season, isn't it? And the fixture list. Tom, rain stop play inspection at 3 has dropped us a line. Hello, Tom. Hope you're well. The spitting image of Fabien Gaultier there with his glasses. And he said, nice to bump into you both today. What a treat to be sitting in the sunshine watching some actual cricket with you providing the commentary. Here's Tom Price. And there's going to be 50 for Tom Allsop. Runs that down to 3rd. And that's 53 there. And that's a really, really good innings from him. 121 balls, 5 fours. And he's had to work hard for that, but he's stuck in there. And he deserves the warm round of applause there from both the Sussex fans who made the trip up from Hove and the Gloucestershire fans who are one of the most sporting crowds around the country. Tom has said some lively bowling as well. Hopefully we can snaffle a couple more wickets before tea. Well, I think that would be the plan. Maybe Nelson, where the score is on now, can work its magic, if you believe in such cricketing mumbo-jumbo.
Still got, still 47 overs to go after this one in the day. You and I were speculating that Sussex could get
Price in, strays onto Allsop's pads.
Beyond sort of 250 if they're batting right through until the close.
Yeah.
And actually, if this pitch continues to play as well as it seems to be, this may end up being a collection of as many bonus points as you can get, rather than anything else.
Yeah, they've got some batting as well. I mean, they've got Finn Hudson-Prentice come back. Ollie Carter, he got some runs last week. He's another of their youngsters, isn't he, who's come through from Eastbourne. They seem to be, cricket must be really strong in Eastbourne. But we're going to see a change of bowling at the Ashley Down Road end. Who's coming on in?
Ollie Price with his off spin. So facing Zafar.
Lovely lad, Ollie. Really nice lad.
Zafar 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21 across the innings as a whole. He only had the 1 over yesterday, but he's been tried from both ends in the play today. Got the early wicket of Ali Orr. Perhaps a touch unexpectedly, if we're honest. I don't think any of us thought that he was going to play the shot he did.
No.
It was pretty rash and gave James Bracey an easy catch, but now Ollie Price's off spin from the far end, Ashley Down Road end, and Pujara drawn forward. Ollie Price does have 1 championship wicket this season already, and he hasn't bowled a great deal. Fair, he only took 1 wicket last season, so this might be a kind of a stand breaker kind of moment from Graham van Buren, trying to just offer these two something a little different, something perhaps they haven't, a bowler they haven't seen much of before.
It's interesting though, isn't it?
Albeit it is a very, it's not as if he's a left arm wrist spinner. He is an orthodox right arm finger spinner, so it shouldn't be giving them too many surprises. The advantage he does have is that he is tall, so that there might be a little bit of bounce for him. That's drawn Allsop forward.
What's interesting about it is that he has sort of usurped Van Buren in the order. He's coming on before as that second spinner behind Zafar, hasn't he, instead of the skipper. So,
but you know, Graham is a slow left armer, as Zafar is. So again, it's just that different variety. And that's accurate and almost dragging off Allsop's bat onto the stumps via his boot. He'd have to get his boot out of the way there. How close was this? Perhaps a little bit of an ooh that didn't perhaps warrant quite the excitement from the Gloucestershire fielders, but you never know with those. They can fall the wrong way.
They can sometimes snake back towards the stumps, can't they?
If it was spinning a bit, we couldn't tell that from this range. Here is Price around the wicket. That's fired in a bit. It's gone very fine. And a chase for Zafar down towards the boundary at fine leg, and it will go all the way for 4. Just beats him into the bags and warm-up kit that is just beyond the rope there. So 4 more to the Sussex total, 116 for 2. These two came together when the score was 58, so they've exactly doubled the score. And as you can see, Allsop has 57 and Pujara 12. He certainly isn't hurrying, but he's getting a really good platform for his team here. And Sussex, because they, at least the back form would say over the last couple of seasons, they've depended heavily on their first 4 or 5 in the batting order. James Cole's due in next, then wicketkeeper Ollie Carter, and you're into the all-rounders after that, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Nathan McAndrew, and then the bowlers, Carson, Hunt and Crocombe. I think 10 and 11 might not ordinarily contribute a great deal, but what can those above them do? Gloucestershire, and they haven't really missed a chance today, but they haven't really created one either.
Here's Tom Price. Can he change that? Bowling
the one incident we've had since the Orr wicket, which was in the 3rd over of the day, was that cut from Allsop, which I say it was dropped by Hammond. It was going really quickly.
Technically, it's a chance, but you know,
it's a fierce one. Allsop had 34 at the time, so I mean, it would have won this. If he'd have clung on, it would have been an absolutely tremendous catch, but he didn't, and that's been the closest to the any second breakthrough.
Price in, Pujara, solid, trademark textbook, forward defensive. It's a very annoying pigeon who is blocking my line. As soon as Tom Price comes into bowl, he's flying in front of my eye line, and he needs to go away. Quite simply.
I wonder why he's persistently coming towards you.
Price in. Well, Ian, some days you are the pigeon and other days you are the statue. It's one of life's lessons there that I've learned over the years.
Thanks for your emails so far today. We should say, look, as usual, they are welcome on many and various topics. There's the email address, bottom of your screen.
Price in, Pujara. Again, solid behind that.
He's used to batting a long time, isn't he? And you can tell he's used to batting a long time. Doesn't get flustered if he can't find a ball that will give him risk-free runs at this stage in his innings. No bother, I'll wait.
But the longer he's there, the tougher he is to remove from the Price from the crease. Price there, keeping him on that front foot. It's better from Tom Price, this.
Kind of
Tousle head seamer.
Yeah, if things are going your way, you feel you can try just about anything and it might come off. If nothing is happening, you kind of, I feel, rather than go experiment with many variations, just go back to the stock ball almost.
Here he comes. Pujara plays that to mid-on.
Get back into the rhythm and just see if the smallest variation can bring some reward for you.
Yep. 41 overs bowled. Sussex 116 for 2. Cheteshwar Pujara's on 12. Tom Alsop 57.
In fact, just on that, wasn't that something that Jared Warner said on commentary last year when he said, basically you try and bowl your best ball every ball.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have a huge variety of variation, well, that's kind of fine, because you've just almost you've got to become metronomic, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I spoke to John Embry over the winter, and he said as a spinner, his job, I'll come on to it.
Here's Ollie Price with a slip and a leg slip for Alsop.
Embry said, part of his job was, it's not actually about taking wickets, it's about drying up runs. It's about not allowing the batsman to hit you and building pressure and picking up wickets through that pressure.
Ollie Price with a long on, three parts of the way to the boundary at the Ashley Lane Road end. Marshall DeLong is doing some limbering up, so I wonder if there's a second burst coming for him. He only had 3 overs earlier on today. Price around the wicket, and again Alsop defends. Doesn't take Ollie long to get through his overs. His run is quite short. His approach to the crease is quite short, and he's got a long stride, so it's only about 5 paces, and Alsop turns that into the gap. There's a chase for Dent. They'll take 1, and even with a sliding stop they can come back for the second. It is an afternoon for, I know that you were just poking just ever so slightly at Josh Shaw's bucket hat.
Oh, I love Josh Shaw's bucket hat.
Earlier on, but it is a day for the cap out there.
It's one for the museum when he retires from playing. I want to see it alongside the glorious Gloucester's regiment hat in the museum. I think it's
Alsop's got a big gap on the offside that Gloucestershire are trying to tempt him with, but he isn't tempted. And again, Ollie Price just trying to draw him forward. Pushes his out onto the offside. So this is the 26th over of the day, completed with a dot ball as Alsop defends. And in those 26 overs, Sussex have scored 71. So steady progress, you would say?
Yeah, very, very. Just let you know that T20 tickets, the early bird offer, which is a fantastic offer from the club. It ends on the 5th of May. So get your tickets before midnight next Wednesday, or I think it's 11:59 actually, so I think it's midday next Wednesday. But they're just 15 quid. And if you haven't been to T20 here at Bristol, you've got to come down, especially for that game against Somerset. There's a cracking atmosphere, and it's a wonderful, wonderful occasion under the lights here. A great atmosphere, and you really, really should make it an occasion for all of the family. It really is one of those events. There's a link to buy in the description below on our YouTube page, I believe, so have a look at that, or have a look at the club's website as well, where the offers are on there. And it really is a great offer. I mean, 15 quid for all that entertainment. I mean, you don't get that off Ian Randall.
What, the entertainment or the 15 quid?
Well, don't get both either.
Marchant de Long is coming back. I'd say that Derbyshire are in danger of following on against Durham. They're 97 for 9. They're still 355 behind.
Yeah, Durham, the visitors here in 3 weeks at the Seat Unique Stadium. Here's Marchant de Long to Pajara, who rocks onto his front foot and defends
27 minutes
it.
to go until tea, so this is a little burst from de Long up until that tea interval, you would have thought.
Yeah, I'd say so. There he is. Something of the Tom Selleck magnum about him, isn't there? Don't you think? Or
A little bit, yeah.
You know, sort of a cross between Tom Selleck magnum and... I think I heard him described once as looking a little bit like Lord Lucan, but I think he's more Tom Selleck magnum, I think.
So in that Derbyshire total, 97-9, Matty Potts has got 3 wickets.
Good bowler. Here's Marchant coming in past umpire Billy Taylor. Oh, and that's done Pajara a little bit for pace, perhaps. It's a slow wicket, but
just look at that leg side field there. He's got a short leg, probably 10 yards, maybe 12 yards from, or square leg, 12 yards from the bat. He's got a short straight mid-on and either a wide mid-on or a very straight mid-wicket, depending on your point of view.
That's the 3rd time Pajara's been hit in the nether regions, in the Venerables. Here's de Long in to him. Sussex coached by Paul Farbrace. He was here at the end of last season with Warwickshire. So he's moved over the winter from Birmingham down to Hove. If I was based in Birmingham, I think I prefer Hove as well as a place to live. 55 years old, had a career at Kent, then Middlesex. He coached at Kent, then Sri Lanka, and then he teamed up with his a man well known in Sussex, Peter Moores. He was his assistant for England. Here's de Long in, just turned wristily around the corner for a single by Pajara. He was then continued as assistant with England under Trevor Bayliss before he took up the Warwickshire role, and then he resigned from Warwickshire in the last season. And his assistants are Grant Flower, the old Zimbabwean, ex-Zimbabwe, and Essex as well, brother of Andy Flower, who's got some pretty decent coaching credentials himself.
James Kirtley still on the coaching staff?
He is. Educated here in Bristol at Clifton College. James Kirtley. Debut versus South Africa in 2003, took 6 for 34 in the 2nd innings. And he also bowled the first ever ball in T20. And took a fifer in the 2006 Cheltenham and Gloucester final, all LBW. And Sarah Taylor's involved there as well. Here's Marchant into Alsop, who defends that. Yep, Sarah Taylor, Sussex made history by appointing the first female coach of a men's team when Sarah Taylor was appointed back in 2021. And she was playing for Welsh Fire last year in the 100, 10 caps for England, but now she's got a coaching role this year for Manchester Originals in the 100. She's a wonderful wicket-keeper, Sarah Taylor. Really natural, gifted wicket-keeper. DeLunger in. Allsop gets a little bit late on that, but covers it. Was about to pick the ball up, and Ollie Price says, no thank you. And that completes the over. 119 for 2. Allsop 59. Pajara 13. Slow going here, but you know, I think that's watchful batting. It's not easy out there, and Gloucestershire have been bowling pretty tidily.
Tidy, but it perhaps does prove that there isn't a great deal of place in this pitch. It may be a traditional placid Bristol deck, and we've seen a few of those. Two close catches for Ollie Price to Pajara. He's got a man out on the sweep at deep square. Pajara again drawn forward.
One place I really miss down in Sussex, we touched on it yesterday, is the Central Recreation Ground at Hastings, Ian. What a lovely venue that was.
I think I'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Ollie Price in. Oh, that's squeezed past Charlesworth's right hand at square leg. Down to Tom Price. I think I've got a book at home by a gentleman called Chris Arnott.
Yes,
and
Outgrounds.
Yeah, and I got a suspicion that Hastings is either front cover or the first ground is on the inside cover of that book. It's one of the first grounds that he mentions.
Yeah, lovely, lovely venue. All different coloured sort of bed and breakfasts all round one side of the ground, and it was got a real good atmosphere going in there. Saw a JPL game there once. Javid Miandad got a big score.
Also waits for Tom Price around the wicket. It's a little bit short, that, but he's got away with it. And straight to Tom Price at backward point. So there's a backward point, a deep point just in front of square on the boundary.
Yeah, Sussex had good side back then.
Extra cover, sorry, just on the single, and a long on and long off back. Two men saving single on the leg side as well. Tossed right up this time by Tom Price, but by Ollie Price, but because Van Buren had ground to make up, and it was on his right hand when his left arm is really the favoured throwing arm. I think Sussex knew there was a single there. 121 for 2.
Yeah, Sussex had a very strong side back then. They had the likes of Javid Imran, Tony Gregg, John Snow. Some good cricketers.
So are we going back?
Gihan Mendes,
yeah,
I think, was
Mike. Was Mike Buss playing then?
Yeah, was he Mike? Was he? Yeah, was he
Early
Mike
70s?
Field Buss? No, was that a different guy, Mike Field Buss?
No, that's the same one.
Same one.
Yeah. Ollie Price in once, almost tries to York Pajara and very nearly deceived him with that.
He's bowling well.
It was a good so nice delivery and a good adjustment from the batsman. I think would have recognised that he was half done there by Ollie Price. Just that change of length. 121 for 2, 60 to Allsop and 14 to Pajara. Yeah, John Spencer would have been in that team as well. Yeah, that Sussex team.
He's playing snooker, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Winning the world.
What? I'm just thinking of the Sussex side that played in the '73 Gillette final.
Giles Cheetle, I think he was a little bit later, wasn't he?
Yeah, Roger Prideaux played in that final, I think.
Yeah.
And I think there was a guy called Marshall, can't remember his Christian name, who
Malcolm?
also played.
Hamish?
No. Let me find that Sussex team in the '73 final, because that's about the same time, isn't it?
Yeah. Gloucestershire's first trophy, wasn't it?
well, the first many of us can remember, Dan, but I was around, you know.
Even I was around. I was only 3. Here's Martin de Lange. Going to bowl around the wicket to Tom Alsop, who gets up onto his toes and defends that into the offside for no run.
So the Sussex team in that final, Jeff Greenwich, Jeremy Morley, Roger Prideaux, Peter Graves, A.W. Gregg, of course, as I said, Mike Buss, Mike Griffith kept wicket, Mark Faber, John Snow, John Spencer and Roger Marshall.
Roger Marshall.
And that was a card that, again, very heavily dependent on the top 4 because nobody after that got double figures.
De Lange in. Good carry.
And just the Gloucestershire team, you know, many of these players are still with us, thankfully. 1 or 2 are not. And still involved with former players' days and what have you. Sadiq Mohammed, Roger Knight opened the batting with him. Zahir Abbas at 3, Proc at 4, David Shepherd, Andy Stovald, the late Tony Brown, Jim Fote, David Graveney, John Mortimer and Jack Davey. There's the side that won the Gillette in 73.
De Lange in. Good bumper. Alsop ducks under that, goes through to Bracey. De Lange's fired up here, trying to make something happen before the tea interval.
And in a sense, that's his extra zip is his point of difference against the other bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That's what he's been signed for.
That's the thing. Even if he's used sparingly, you can still break that stand.
He was a javelin champ in South Africa, wasn't he? And you can see his all shoulder, isn't he? He doesn't come off a massively long run, Marshall, but he's all shoulder, and he's a right handful. Here he comes. There's a little bit of shape there. Just goes away slightly.
So Alsop has scored 49 today in an hour and 55 minutes. So not exactly racing along, but doing exactly what his side would want. And looking at the overall position, 45 overs, 121. I have to
De Lange in.
Push the pedal a bit if they're going to get maximum batting points, but to some degree, because I mean, Josh was talking about the youthful nature of their squad, and when Sussex went down that route, Rob Andrew, who obviously many people will know from his England Rugby Union playing days, but involved with the management off the field at Sussex, he was in the spotlight for sort of taking that route, but saying, frankly, you know, the club has to survive, and the only way it can really truly survive is to turn and look inwards for talent.
De Lange in. That's a nice shot there by Alsop. Doesn't really time it though. I thought it was a nicer shot than it actually was, but he's going to get a single. Pushes it into the gap in the offside and gets a single. Yeah, a lot of these young Sussex lads have come through their sort of academy system, haven't they? And there seems to be a high proportion from Eastbourne. Ali Orr's from Eastbourne. Oddie Carter is from Eastbourne. Henry Crocombe is from Eastbourne. So it seems that that area of East Sussex, where a number of people, you know, it's got a reputation as where a number of old people go on their holidays. I don't know if you're just considering a little trip there this year through Saga, but it's a
Ollie Price in.
Lovely resort, and the ground there is nice. It's got a lovely name, the Saffrons. Sussex haven't played there for a number of years though.
Cut away by Alsop down towards Ajit Singh Dale. I'd like to see him after tea, if not before. In fact, I think Sussex went something like 16 or 17 years without playing at Eastbourne, and I think I was there for the day when cricket returned. They played a Royal London game there against Gloucestershire.
Right.
Now, what year would that have been? I think that was 2018. Somebody might correct me on that. Pujara's finally picked that up from Ollie Price. He's going to get 4 for it. Almost swung himself off his feet there, but his eyes lit up. Saw a delivery that was well pitched up. It was outside the off stump, but he saw a big gap away over mid-wicket, and he's lofted it away there for 4 runs. Considering that's the 73rd ball he's faced, that was quite out of character from what we've previously seen.
Even the master of concentration can get bored, can't he?
Price staying over the wicket. Again, that's tossed a little bit higher, perhaps a little above the eye line of Pujara, and he'll scamper a single up to Harris at long on. Yes, that game was a 50-over game, and I'm sure I was told that day that Sussex did 600 covers for lunch that day, which is a lot.
Yeah.
Just showing that the market was there. The ground staff had worked really hard to get the game. When it was done, it was early sea. It was in May, and it was one of those days when you don't realise you've been out in the wind. And here is Price in again, and Alsop defends. And you've had a jacket on most of the day, and you think, oh, it's been pleasant enough, and you pack up at the end of a decent day's cricket. Gloucestershire won chasing that day. Michael Klinger, as usual, policed the top part of the innings, and I'll perhaps get the card in a moment so I can actually just do the full story. But I got back in the car, and my face was the colour of a cricket ball, and you didn't realise that, but it's just no sun. Just the sea.
Wind burn.
Yeah, almost a wind burn afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't find the card of that match because it was as nice a day at cricket as I had for a long time.
Yeah.
New ground, always like going to new grounds.
Worthing's a lovely ground as well that they used to use back in the day. Used to get big crowds. I haven't been to Worthing for a number of years, but we went on a cricket tour there, and I'd like to say I played at Worthing, but seeing as we took 14 on tour, I sat that one out on the roof of their pavilion and snoozed off a rather stonking hangover, it has to be said. Not that we advocate that sort of thing on cricket tours.
What did I say? 2018, 2017 it was, in fact, that game. And Mark John's just making some changes to his field. So you go through, you take this over, Dan, and I'll just refresh people on the scorecard.
DeLunger coming in past Billy Taylor. Around the wicket to Pujara. Oh, and that's almost bowled him. That's DeLunger's fired up here. This is a good battle between two quality cricketers. And he's going in, he's aiming at the rib cage of Pujara. And Pujara's gone back and across, got in behind it. But the ball cannons off his midriff and goes behind him and almost trickles down onto the stumps.
So that game was at the Saffrons in 2017 in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
Sussex made 240 all out. Luke Wright made 84. Chris Little took 5 wickets that day.
DeLunger in. Pujara plays him on the onside.
5 for 52. And Gloucestershire 241 for 4 in the 49th over. Klinger 53. George Hankins made 67. And Jack Taylor 64 not out. Jack Taylor 64 out, sorry. 64 out. Almost got Gloucestershire home, but in fact they were level when he was dismissed.
Couple of wickets there for Jofra Archer. Chris Nash, we had him on our podcast last year. DeLunger in, bouncer, Pujara lets that one go over his shoulder. We had Chris Nash on our podcast last year, and Chris Nash's Twitter account has got him going around motorway service stations, because that is the life of a professional cricketer. You are well acquainted with the network, the arteries of the motorways that make up Great Britain, and you have to stop at many a service station. And we asked him what his favourite one was, and he's the farm shop in your neck of the woods up on the M5 at Gloucester. That's one of his favourites. DeLange pulls out, or Pajara pulls out. I think a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm there, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, looks like it. That's the first time we've had that today, actually.
Yeah. But what's your favourite motorway service station, Ian? You're a man well acquainted with the...
Yeah, I try and avoid stopping at them if I can, to be fair.
Have you seen the prices in them? I don't blame you. I don't blame you, mate.
To be fair, I've not done any really long trips. I mean, Eastbourne you wouldn't drive from Bristol to Eastbourne in one go without a stop.
DeLange in. That's down the leg side. Good take by Bracey.
DeLange may have one more over after this before tea, I would think. And a bit of a chance for Gloucestershire to have a chat about how they might dislodge one of these two.
Yeah, Gloucestershire could do with a wicket here.
78 they've put on. Not going very quickly, but still with 40 overs to go in the day. Opportunity to attack after tea.
Martian in. Short ball. Pajara hooks. And he's going to get 4 runs. Good cricket, that. Good delivery. Well directed bouncer at Pajara's head, and he takes it off the end of his nose and rolls his wrists beautifully to get it behind square for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Head really still.
Yeah, beautiful.
Really still.
Good contest this. I'm enjoying it.
Singdale's gone back down to the fine leg boundary. Marchant's got a leg slip in.
Yeah, I reckon he might get another one here. Let's see if he can do it again.
He wants Ajit to go a bit wider.
Or will it be the double bluff? Will it be the Yorker? There it is. He's strive for it. That completes the over. 1-3-2 for 2. Pajara's moved on to 23. Tom Alsop's on 62. Moved along serenely this afternoon.
Yeah, you look at DeLange's figures. For somebody who doesn't claim all the time to be able to deliver really economical spells, he's taken, I think, 1 for 22. If my screen hasn't quite updated, 1 for 22 in 11 overs. Well, you can't ask much more than that. And Ollie Price is going to continue from the Ashley Down end. This is... my screen says...
17.
Yeah, my screen says 17, but I think the screen I saw says 1 for 22. So maybe... we'll check that out during the tea interval. Alsop with a little whippy clip off his legs up to long on. And there will be an element of scoreboard pressure on Gloucestershire if Sussex do bat big in this first innings, however long it takes them. Price in, and again Pajara uses his feet, and he'll try and squeeze that beyond the man who's running around. Right. Deep mid on to wide long on. Marcus Harris is out there, and they'll just pick up 1. But Pajara's got to 24, and he's been in for the best part of a session, and that's probably a dangerous place for him to be at the moment from a Gloucestershire perspective. Price staying around, it's his 5th over, staying around the wicket. You're talking about the balance of the side, Dan, with the just the 3 seamers. I wonder if they might have liked a 4th one in this game, as Gloucestershire effectively they've got 6 bowlers, and Jack Taylor, not on the field but because of illness, arguably they've got 7 bowlers, but there are 4 spinners in there. And if Sussex feel that the ball isn't turning too much at this stage, then it's asking a lot of those to keep those 4, to keep the economy really, really low. And we are going to see, in fact, the return before tea, perhaps slightly unexpectedly, of Zafar Gahar at this end. So Marchant de Lange off after another short space. Two spells of 3 overs today.
Yeah.
And Zafar Gahar's going to come back for what might be the last over before tea. Might get 2 in from here. Zafar gets through them pretty quickly.
Yeah, both his spells have started with a rank long hop as well. So hopefully Zafar can put that one right from the pavilion end. Going to come around the wicket to Tesheshwar Pujara. Lovely ball, well defended by the Sussex skipper. .2013. That's short outside the off stump, and Pujara punishes that, cuts him away. 4 runs. Yeah, 2013, Tesheshwar Pujara scored 2,000 runs at over 100 in Test match cricket. It's not bad going, is it? His record is up there with the best. You know, he's probably played cricket at the strongest that India have ever been, I would say, in their history. And he has been a mainstay. There's Zafar to him. He's been a mainstay, hasn't he? And he's, you know, he's played with the likes of Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar. He's played with some really good quality cricketers. And if
he got over 1,000 runs in the championship last season.
That's well stopped there by Chris Dent.
In only 8 matches for Sussex. Yeah,
I mean, his record for Sussex, I mean, he's averaging 102, I think, for Sussex in total. As we said yesterday, he averages just 99 at Hove, so maybe he's one to pick only for away games, perhaps. He's maybe just sort of, but he looks like he's set himself up for a big one here. Here's Zafar to him.
I wonder if would you class him, it's not really an easy question, is he the best batter in the 2nd division, or is he the best batter in county championship cricket currently?
That's defended. He's got to be up there. I mean, Mr. Labuschagne's coming to Glamorgan. Steve Smith's coming to Sussex next week. I mean, what a signing that is. I mean, for those who say county championship cricket is about one man and his dog, I mean, these are world-class players who are wanting to play in the 2nd division. You know, you've got the likes of Marcus Harris and people like that. You know, Marcus Harris, you look at other people around, and there is some absolute quality. Anyway, that is going to be tea. So Sussex have moved very nicely on. They started off at 47 for 1. They've scored 91 runs in that session for the loss of Alior, who was caught by James Bracey off the bowling of Zafar Gahar, playing a rather poor shot really, trying to reverse sweep and got a top edge and the ball went up in the air. And Gloucestershire have toiled honestly, but they'd have looked for more reward possibly than that.
Yeah, I mean, that wicket came early, didn't it? So, you know, they've been out in the field for 2 hours with no joy, and only that one very difficult catch that was travelling really quickly, which Miles Hammond got his hand to in the gully off de Lange. Also had 34 at the time. He's now got 63, but it would be harsh to call that a chance that should have been taken. But at the interval, Sussex 138 for 2, Allsop 63, or Pujara 28, as you can see, the not-out batsman. Here are the bowling figures in short form for Gloucestershire. De Lange 1 for 17, Zafar 1 for 25. The 2 wicket takers. Graham van Buren would have bowled the last over before tea, but by the time the umpires were in place, the clock had ticked round. So we'll rejoin you shortly before 20 past 4. There are still 37 overs to go on the day, so you can have cricket through until about probably 6:45 to 7 o'clock, I would think, tonight. Weather set fair, and Sussex set, it seems, for a big score unless Gloucestershire can get a reasonably quick breakthrough. We'll be back with you in a little over 15 minutes.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch. Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Welcome back to the evening session here at the Seat Unique Stadium as umpires Billy Taylor and Mark Newell make their way out into the middle. And good news for Gloucestershire fans there. David Payne having a little workout with Robbie Joseph, the Gloucestershire bowling coach. And great to see him back in action after his ankle operation a few weeks ago. And I think he's slightly ahead of schedule, which is really good news, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, the original target was the start of the T20. There's only one championship game before that. Whether you want to risk him in that, I doubt. But that's not till the 18th. So just as the players make their way back out again, we've got 37 overs to go in the day. Cheshire Pajara and Tom Alsop making their way back out for Sussex, 138 for 2. Scores elsewhere: Division 1 at Lords, Middlesex 122 for 6 in reply to Kent's 186, so they trail by 64. Luke Holman and Ryan Higgins, the not out batsmen there. Surrey 111 for 4 in reply to Warwickshire's 150 all out, so they trail by 39. Ben Folkes 30 not out, so again in the runs for him. In the second division, 2 other games. Derbyshire are now all out at Chesterley Street against Durham, 165 they ended up with, but Lewis Rees 56 not out of that. The last wicket to Matt Parkinson. There was a last wicket stand there of 68. Derbyshire trailed by 287. And tea is being taken, and at Leicester, Glamorgan quietly going about responding to Leicestershire's 407. They're 64 for 1. Marnus Labuschagne has 26 of those, and Eddie Barham has 34. They're also at tea there. So here we're going to see Ajit Singh Dale, by the looks of it, open up after tea, and that's not a surprise because he was not in the attack for probably a good half an hour or 40 minutes before tea, so I think it's not a surprise that he is back, and I would not be surprised to see a brief burst from Tom Price at this pavilion end as well.
Yeah, I thought he bowled really well, Ajit. I thought it was a really good battle between him and Cheteshwar Pujara, and it'll be a great learning experience for a young bowler bowling at a legend of the game like Pujara. And it was a really interesting confrontation.
So a slip and a fourth slip, arguably, for Alsop, who's clipped the first ball after tea down to fine leg and Tom Price. Sussex's plan here will just be to bat and see where they end up, but I wonder whether I think by the end of the day, particularly if these two stay together for any length of time, they'll be hoping to have at least one batting point on the board and to get close to a second, I would have thought.
Yeah, the points have changed this year, haven't they, in the county championship? So it's 250, 300, 350, 400 and 450, all within the first 110 overs of a game.
Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. Quite bright sunshine. That climbs a little bit, but takes Pujara on the body. Just in terms of the overs today, we will get to 86 at the close. So in theory, Gloucestershire could have a second new ball tonight.
Yeah.
With 6 overs to use it. A lot may depend on how things are going at that point. The bowlers will have had 2 quite long sessions, so whether they might wait depends how much progress they make through this Sussex middle order. Clipped down the ground by Pujara, but straight to Gloucestershire skipper Graham van Buren. James Cole's due in next. He'll have been sat with his pads on for the best part of 2 hours, and he won't mind with these two. Quite bright sunshine now.
Slow wicket out there though, isn't it? It's not a lot of pace on offer for the bowlers.
Not with a ball that's getting a bit softer as well.
Yeah.
Singh Dale over the wicket, and Pujara can wait for that and just steer it out into the offside. Ollie Price as the fielding. So we've got Chris Dent in the slips. Remember, Jack Taylor isn't fielding today. Josh Shaw with us earlier on saying that he's unwell. So hopefully he can be involved tomorrow. So Ollie Price in the gully. Marcus Harris is at point. There's then extra cover in the mid-off on the offside for Singdale. That's outside the off stump and let go by Pajara. And then on the leg side, Tom Price is down at long leg. Hammond is at deep square. Zaffa and Graham Van Buren saving singles really at mid-wicket and at mid-on respectively. Marchant de Lange up at mid-off. They're going to leave the gap again now on the leg side for Pajara and strengthen the offside with another slip. So Zaffa's come across to backward point and a second slip has gone in. Harris now in the gully and Pajara clips that straight back down to Ajit Singdale. Finishes his first over at the resumption. 11 overs for only 16 runs. And after the way he bowled at Glamorgan, and I know that there's a lot of talk about that game because it was effectively a pre-season game in the season because Gloucestershire's bowlers had so little cricket. And one spectator said to me the word he would use about Ajit at Cardiff was, not in a shouty sense, but he thought he was a bit wild that day. Well, he wasn't wild at Worcester, that's for sure, and he hasn't been wild here.
No,
to his credit.
No, he hasn't. And into the attack, it's not going to be Tom Price, it's going to be Zafar Gahar, sponsored this year by Digby Associates. For those of you not aware either, we've got some great offers at Gloucestershire. We've got a one-day membership offer where you can watch all T20 and one-day matches for just £133. Is Zafar bowling to Alsop, and also you get 10% off in the Thatchers and the Legends bar for your 133 quid. Marvellous value. Zafar tosses that one up. Alsop uses his feet, plays him down to sort of a 3/4 way back. Long on. Marcus Harris there. Australian, been named in their Ashes squad. So he's going to be missing from the Gloucestershire side. Probably from, well, I think the Durham game might be his last one. Dead ball there. I've seen that a few times, Pajara just pulling out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think he's been very apologetic on each occasion. It hasn't been deliberately slowing the game down.
Zafar in. Pajara using his feet, plays it to Van Buren, who hurls the ball back into the gloves of James Bracey. Here's Zafar. Again, can only pick out Van Buren.
I mean, this is round 4, of course, of the season. Gloucestershire they don't play in round 5, and then they have one game here before the T20 starts.
Nicely flighted. Pajara again, showing the footwork of Nureyev.
And the big thing, and however this game pans out, the big thing in these 4 games for Gloucestershire has been the play or lack of it.
Just a little bit shorter. Pajara cuts back to a square, and that's in the over. 140 for 2. Cheteshwar Pajara on to 28. Tom Alsop 65.
Yeah, if you look at the net play since that Glamorgan game, we're going to get effectively through 10 days, and Gloucestershire will have played only 3 days net, which is extraordinary, isn't it?
Rubbish.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, Ian, not rubbish.
Really poor. Singdale in once more. Also just hurried a little bit, but he's been in long enough to correct himself there. Just to defend that out on the leg side. Again, he's also very still, even though he's he does have this rather squatty stance, if I can call it that. I tell you what, something I heard yesterday I've not heard before. Something described as a shacket, and I'll tell you what that is in a minute. Never heard the phrase. In from Singdale once more.
I think I know where you're going with this. Go on.
It's a cross, apparently, between a shirt and a jacket.
Yeah, I've heard of a shumper. There's a man in Barnet, where I'm from, who goes by the sobriquet of Reckless, due to his attitude towards life in his younger years, and he now wears a shumper, which is just it's a jumper but with some shirt collars poking out.
Oh. Slip and a fourth slip for Singdale, who bounces.
That was quick.
That was a bit of life there, just really testing whether there was any lift in this pitch or not.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is quite quick. I reckon Edge is cranking this up to late 80s there, and Bracey's quite a long way back.
Nice take from James Bracey. You haven't got a shacket in your wardrobe, have you?
No, I don't have a shacket or a shumper.
No.
Do you?
No.
No.
Why am I not surprised?
No. You strike me as a real shirt sort of guy, Ian.
Yeah. 3 saving one on the offside for Singdale. That's too wide though, and it's let go by Tom Alsop. 65 he has. All the key elements of the scoreboard on the bottom of your screen, with the graphic of the Martley. Is that right? The Martley?
The Martlet.
The Martlet.
Yeah, the Martlet we said yesterday.
I think Martley is probably a village in Worcestershire.
Yeah, for those who missed it yesterday, it's a nice little story there about the Sussex badge.
Also, you're striving for this 3rd wicket. And to be truthful, but for a rash moment from Ali Orr, they might have not even had the one they've got today, because that was a moment of absolute farce in a way from an opening batsman in the 3rd over of a day to try and play a reverse paddle where he didn't pick the length of the ball at all.
No.
Utterly crazy decision. But Sussex have responded well since. Singdale in. That's a no. I think it's a nudge. It's a nudge towards the ball from Alsop. And Ajit Singdale has not had much luck today. He's not that he's drawn chances, but he has beaten the bat, and that's a definite stab at that outside the off stump.
So the Martlet
also would accept that.
The Martlet, as well as being a lightweight air-to-surface and surface-to-air missile, is also a mythical bird without feet that never roosts from the moment of its drop birth until its death fall. And Martlets are proposed to be continuously on the wing. Here's Zafar Gahan. And that's played lovely through the covers. Good footwork there from Cheteshwar Pujara, who plays him through the offside prettily and moves on to 32. So the Martlet is the Sussex badge, and there are 6 of them on the badge. If you're a cap player, you have 6 of them across your jumper, and if you're uncapped, you just have the 1. Here's Zafar. Played into the offside there by Pujara. And also with the cap as well. You get them on your cap, and if you're a cap player, you get a gold braiding on your cap. And if you're uncapped, you just have the white braiding. That's nicely played by Pujara. Late cut, but can only pick out Ajit Singdale at backward point.
Happy to let the ball come to him, isn't he? Rather than going after it.
Yeah. Well bowled by Zaffa, keeps him on the front foot.
I think Gloucestershire are conscious of Sussex's 4-point penalty last week. They're trying to get on with the overs here.
Zaffa in. That's well bowled. Sort of keeping Pajara there, guessing whether to wait for it on the back foot or go forward. And sort of that's where he wants to be pitching it, in that sort of area.
Bit of boot trouble for a Jeep, but I think he's going to be okay.
That's well bowled by Zaffa. That completes the over, 144 for 2. So the martlet and the Sussex badge, it's one of the most sort of well-known badges around the country, isn't it? And all those people down in Hove, you know, you saw it on the jumpers of the likes of Tony Gregg.
It's a similar design to the Pears badge at Worcestershire, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. What with the shield?
Yes, in that sense. 25 to 5 on a Friday afternoon. People might be just getting home, perhaps. Bank holiday. Perhaps finishing a little bit early. Very well, welcome to the Gloucestershire stream, and that's got on an inside edge. It's beaten Bracey. It's going to go down. It's going to run all the way for 4, and it's thankfully, from Bracey's point of view, it will go down as 4 byes, but Ajit Singh Dale here, he's beaten everything. Also getting a bit tucked up, couldn't play the shot as he wanted, and it's gone to Bracey's right, down the leg side.
That was quick.
It's just dropped awkwardly for him in a sense. He should have, he's got something on it, but it's beaten him and gone very, very fine. 4 extra to the total.
Nearly 5 byes, nearly hit those 2 helmets down there.
Singdale again. Talking about Marchant de Longa having this sort of javelin background and how that impacts on his action a bit. You could almost see that with Ajit as well. It's quite that right arm is quite slingy, isn't it?
Yeah. He's put on a little bit of pace over the winter, hasn't he? Ajit Singh Dale. He was slippery last year. Now I would say he's quick.
So fairly uncomplicated action. That's a little bit outside the off stump again, and let go by Allsop. You can see the overall run rate 2.77. So in a couple of overs' time, it'll be easier for us to work out where they're heading, but 90 from there would get them to 250. Yeah, it might not be quite as far as 300. There would need to be some acceleration to get that far, but they'd be getting to 250 by the close. That's only 1 batting point though in these newly structured days, with the extra runs needed for batting points, and also only 5 points for a draw. Again, outside the off stump from Singh Dale, left alone by Allsop. One thing I didn't know, and Dan put me right on this, is that Ollie Robinson's not playing in this game, but Ollie Robinson and Paul Farbrace are related by marriage. Is that not correct? Yeah, that's England's Ollie Robinson, we should add.
Yeah.
Singh Dale just with the one slip in. He tries to bounce Allsop once more, but Allsop has got control of that. There's only one man out on the deep square leg boundary, who is Marcus Harris. There's a big gap there to play that into, and they'll just pick up 1.
If you have finished work, bank holiday weekend, thinking, Friday night, what do I do? Well, why don't you come along to the Seat Unique Stadium, because it's free after tea, as it will be all season. And what a lovely day for it. Friday evening, long weekend, sit in the sunshine, have a beer, watch some cricket. Happy days.
2 slips of Pajara. Oh, and that's gone sharply past the very fine gully and down to the boundary for 4. I think that's Hammond.
Has that carried?
Looking ruefully away. Whether we can see off that picture, James might be able to give us a different angle on that. Doesn't look to be a huge... The body language doesn't say...
I mean, it would have been a worldie if he'd have held on to it, wouldn't it?
That it did. But we'll try and get a wider angle on that if we can, maybe at the end of the next over. 153 for 2. And Ajit's... He's putting everything into these bursts, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, he certainly is. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far for me. Like him. Lovely lad as well, isn't he, Ajit Singhdale? Really.
I think he's very grateful of the opportunity that he's got.
Zafar in. Allsop. They're going to take a quick single. And Ajit can't pick that one up.
I mean, Josh Shaw made that point earlier on, and he said, you know, it's wrong to say it's just a job for a professional cricketer, but you know, he did say that he feels
it's a way of life.
Yeah, you do feel fortunate to be able to play this game professionally,
as we are to be behind the mic and watch it. Yeah. Here's Zafar, and Pujara clips him through the leg side. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That's just pure timing there. What a lovely player he is.
Just a little bit. Looks a bit too leg side this for me. See how wide it was? Yeah, it was probably on leg stump. So he just got a cross in line. There was a gap there.
Yeah.
And that's the century partnership, I think, for these two.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sometimes you can get a little bit greedy, can't you, looking for turn as a spinner. And you can, you know, Zafar's pitching it on middle stump and looking to turn it away. But sometimes you can just get it wrong, get it outside leg, looking for that extra bit of bite, perhaps. And Pujara punished him.
It's taken them 36 overs, so it's been very steady stuff.
Oh, where's that gone? What's happened there? I think that's hit Charlesworth at silly mid-off. I'm not sure if that bounced before it hit Charlesworth. Oh. Oh, I don't know if that's bounced before it hit Charlesworth. But it ricocheted back to Zafar Gahar, who dropped the chance anyway. But I don't know if it actually bounced first. I don't think we'll know. It's one of those ones.
Well, Mark Newell was probably in an awkward place to judge that anyway.
Yeah, that's when you have to go to your colleague at square, don't you? And see. Pujara there just playing a dot ball.
Yeah, but Newell's standing at point, you see, that's the thing.
Yeah, because of the sun. And that's played firmly out. Chris Dent sprawling away. And Fields cleanly. 158 for 2. Pujara 40. Allsop 67. 30 overs, 31 overs left in the day. You're listening to Gloss TV with Ian Randall and me, Dan Whiting.
Yes, we started at 10 minutes to 2 after rain with yesterday and last night forced us to have 3 inspections before Billy Taylor and Mark Newell were able to say yes to play starting. They've got one particularly worn wicket covered with a mat as well. Ajit Singhdale continuing this lively stint from the Ashley Down Road end. He's got 3 saving 1 on the offside. Big gap on the leg side out to deep square. If someone wants to squeeze deliveries away through that gap. 7 boundaries he's hit and 8 for Pujara in his 40 at the moment.
Good contest this, isn't it?
Allsop waits again, excellent caught by Chris Dent at last.
Deserved that.
He's really bowled with a lot of fizz and effervescence, Ajit Singh Dale, and he's deserved that wicket. And Allsop goes with a tumbling take from Chris Dent. Look at James Bracey's celebration there. 158 for 3, and the glue of the top part of the Sussex innings departs for 67.
Bad very well, Tom Allsop. Partnership there of exactly 100, and he batted. It wasn't easy for him, especially yesterday, and I thought he showed great concentration and counter-attacked when he needed to as well. But this has been a really good contest, and Ajit Singh Dale is fired up and just takes the edge there, and Chris Dent does the rest with a difficult chance. Well, I mean, it was in the breadbasket, but it went quickly because Ajit Singh Dale is bowling with a bit of fire.
Now, you said, I think, to Josh Shaw, if you split these two, and I get the fact that this may be stretching a point a little bit, but I think you get the idea. You open up one end with this Sussex middle order, and James Coles is coming out at number 5 because there is some inexperience here.
Yeah, there is. I mean, you know, you look around and the most experienced player to come in really after this is probably Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's what, 27, something like that. So, you know, it really is quite a young sort of order from now. You know, you've got the likes of James Coles here now, who's you know, still only 19 years old. I mean, he's been around a while. He made his debut at 16, but he's still only 19. And you've got the likes of Crocombe and Ollie Carter, who's only 21. And there are some youngsters in the side. Jack Carson's a youngster. Nathan McAndrew, he's been around the block. Good hard Aussie there.
Just to complete, I'm not sure we actually explained the relationship between Ollie Robinson not playing in this game and Paul Farbrace. So is it that Farbrace is married to Ollie Robinson's mother? Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
So he's his stepdad. So James Coles, he's a right-hander, and Singh Dale to bowl to him, and he's almost dragged that on. First ball, he's asked if Gloucestershire happy that he picks the ball up, and they say yes. 158 for 3 in the 56th over. Here is Coles' first delivery, and he plays it right into his back foot there.
Ajit's fired up here.
Yeah, and this, I'm sure that some of the performance that we've seen both yesterday and today has come off the back of taking 6 wickets at Worcester. Must do. Bounces Coles with the short one, just lets him know that there is the opportunity to entice him with the hook shot. I mean, his confidence must be really high at the moment after what happened at New Road.
Yeah, it is, and he's you know, I think he's got a lot about him. I think he's coming through quick. I had a little chat with Steve Snell yesterday, performance director here at Gloucestershire, and he said he's, you know, hitting the late 80s.
Coles waits, bat raised, and clips that down to Tom Price at fine leg for a single. He's off the mark, and we're going back to this duel between Pujara and Singh Dale. Just to say too that with Allsop's departure, that's the end of the left-handers in this Sussex batting lineup. All the remainder are right-handed.
Get Pujara now, and the cat is amongst the pigeons.
Brief word from Marchant de Longa for Ajit Singh Dale here. I mean, Gloucestershire would quite like to bowl a bit at Coles in the next quarter of an hour or so. Pujara, though, has got 40, and he's in a dangerous position.
Let's have a look at that Tom Allsop dismissal. Here we go.
Nice catch. I mean, Dent's made that look quite straightforward, but it's one of those ones where do you go hands facing down or hands facing up? And
Yep, without doubt. Here we go.
He's gone hands facing down, fingers facing down, as you were.
Great celebration from Bracey there. If that doesn't make the county championship clips of the week on Instagram, I don't know. But we've got to love James Bracey's celebrations.
We'll remind you of our email address too at the end of this over.
Here's Zaffa going to have a bowl at...
Get in touch with us during the last, well, maybe still best part of 2 hours cricket to go.
Zaffa to Coles, who plays a forward defensive. James Coles will be well known to Gloucestershire players. Went to, I think you say it, Magdalen College, or is it Magdalen or
No,
Magdalen? Same as Tom Price and Ollie Price. Oh, that's a full shot there. Zaffa weaving his magic here. It's interesting because...
That's what he wants, isn't it? A new batter.
Yeah.
Evidence of a little bit of turn.
Oh, he's gone back there, which is a dangerous game. But it's interesting because at Gloucestershire we've seen so many players, haven't we, come through the Oxfordshire region. And Sussex now have an official link as a national county with Oxfordshire. There, that's short outside the off stump, but Coles can only find cover point.
We've not seen any ball really misbehave in terms of bounce yet, have we?
No.
You're just dropping Hammond out to deep point.
Zaffa, a little bit there. Gets Coles on the front foot. Yeah, so we've seen a number of people come through the Oxfordshire side, haven't we? And I'll tell you what, cricket must be strong in Oxfordshire because there are a number of people around the circuit. Obviously, the Taylors, the Prices, as that's tossed up and giving him the 1, and that completes the over, 160 for 3. So we've seen a number of people, you know, as I said, the Charlesworths, they've come through Oxfordshire. Miles Hammond's come through Oxfordshire as well. So, you know, we've seen a number of cricketers. James Coles now, he's at Sussex, and obviously the godfather, the Marlon Brando of Oxfordshire cricket, Jack Brooks down at Somerset as well.
Yes, Hammond, obviously Cheltenham College. That's really where I think those in the north of the county feel he's more of a Cheltenham College product than an Oxfordshire product, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but he's you know, raised in Oxfordshire, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's born in Cheltenham, wasn't he? But
Harris in the gully and 3 slips for James Coles, who stroked that nicely away through the covers. There'll be a chase for Zafar Gahar and a sliding stop, and they'll take 2, and they think about a 3rd, but in the end the return is quickly on its way, and they'll settle for 2. Sussex 162 for 3. 2 wickets to fall today. 1 at the start, within just a couple of overs of the start of each session. Alior out this morning, caught by James Bracey off Zafar Gahar in the 3rd over of the day, and then the dismissal of Tom Allsop since tee. Coles lets that go outside the off stump. I think Allsop's dismissal, really you can say, I think was down to just constant probing by the bowler, caught at first slip. You know, when you've made 67 in 3.5 hours, that's a fair return for your efforts. But Orr's shot was just very random at the time. Singdale in once more. Coles tries to clip that down the ground. It's gone straight, but there's a covering man at mid-on who is MATCHDAY, and he will prevent any addition to the score. All made 36, but he made 31 of those yesterday and played a very, very odd shot so early in the day and caught a little dolly behind by James Bracey. It was a reverse paddle, really. It wasn't played with the ball at the right length. Just, he won't want to see any video of that dismissal. And Ajit Singh Dale has worked hard for that 1 wicket. Is keeping going here. Coles works that just past the left hand of Charles with a short leg. There is a big gap there, but he's taken all the power off the shot, so it's just a single. Have you seen Pujara bat live before? Because I don't think I have.
Good question. Yes.
Have you?
Yeah, for India against England.
Right.
Yeah. I went to England, India a couple of years ago at Headingley. I'm not sure he played in that one though.
Singdale sprints in once more. That's clipped away by Pujara. Chase for Tom Price. They'll take one, but there won't be more than that because the throw is quickly and accurately back.
Actually, it was an England batting day, so I didn't watch him bat. I did see him at Edgbaston a few years ago.
Gloucestershire have used 5 bowlers so far. This is the 15th over for Singdale. Zaffar's bowled 15, Tom Price has bowled 12, Marchant DeLonga has bowled 11, and we had 5 overs of off-spin from Ollie Price. Singdale again launches that projectile from a long way back with that slingy action of his into the ground and straight to Harris. So his figures 1 for 24. Ajit Singdale, and it's really good effort from him. Zaffar with the other wicket, and 162, 164 for 3. My screen's not quite updated as the one on your screen at home is, and Zaffar could be in for quite a long bowl here, Dan, I think.
Yeah, 1 for 36 or 15. Not the best I've seen Zaffar bowl though. He definitely isn't. He's here he is. He's getting better with rhythm, but I've seen him bowl. You know, he's constantly sort of probing away, but maybe the pitch is, even though it's turning, it's slow turn, isn't it? And the batsman's got time to adjust. I mean, that's nicely bowled though.
He's bowled until the start of this match. He bowled 55 overs in the championship in the 2 matches that were possible. So I suppose that's not terrible in April, is it?
No, but this time last year he bowled that in 1 innings at Lancashire, didn't he?
Yeah, he did have a long bowl there. That's very true.
I think he bowled 61 overs, didn't he, in that innings? Here he comes past the umpire, and nicely played down the ground to long off, where Marchant DeLonga fields and underarms it back in.
Just picking the length of that. He's not hurrying at the moment.
It's no, that day at England India Edgbaston I saw a few years ago. It was absolute masterclass from Virat Kohli, who only got 100 but marshalled the tail beautifully. It was a real, you know, watching Kohli in full flow like that was beautiful to see. Coles just plays that one back to Zaffar. And a little bit shorter, and Coles chops that one away, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, despite the diving sprawl there from Miles Hammond, I think that is. And nice shot, waited for it, cut it away. And lovely shot, lovely cut shot there from the 19-year-old. Reminder that you can get your emails into us and let us know if you're down in Sussex. Let us know what you're thinking of the match situation or the stream or life in general. If you're in Gloucestershire, let us know what you think. Here's Zaffar. And again, short, that's cut away, but that can only find Hammond this time. Or if you're an Indian fan watching Cheteshwar Pujara, drop us a line. There's our email address on the screen. Ian Randall's a good looking one there. and we'll answer your questions.
Now, Ajit is trotting. Zaffa's going off here, is he? He is temporary. Matt Taylor's on the field. Zaffa's just. No, it's Ajit. It is Ajit. I think that might be the end of his spell. And he's going to have another burst from the Ashley Down Road end for Tom Price. He's only bowled 7 overs today. 7 overs that have cost him 32. So a couple of short spells, not quite been at his best, not quite as penetrative or as accurate as he was at Worcester last week, but Ajit Singh Dale's figures: 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. So he has bowled 10 overs for 16 runs today and 1 wicket. That's a very good effort on a pitch that, you know, with increasingly an ageing ball that's not offering him too much. That's a really good effort.
Yeah, got to agree with you there, Ian.
You can disagree, Dan, if you like.
No, I really do. I really do, Ian. I concur.
Just to say, the wickets continue to tumble in the game at Durham. Derbyshire following on 29 for 2. Second time round, Matty Potts and Ben Rain have both got a wicket each in the second innings. So they are still 261 behind. And that would mean Durham going for a second win, wouldn't it? Already.
Yeah.
So here is Tom Price then back into the attack. Cut away by Pujara, down towards Zafar Gahar, who is at, well, he kind of moved around there. He was almost at deep backwards, deep point, but he's gone round in the end and fielded it almost at a short third man. They got 1 run. That gives James Coles the strike once more. Tom Price hasn't been happy with that front foot area at that Ashley Down Road end for much of the day. They've put some sawdust down. I just wonder whether it's not as absolute. You know, you get to the middle part of the summer and that ground is very, very hard. It isn't that way at the moment, I don't think. It's just causing him to be a little wary of that front foot as Coles pushes that out on the offside straight to Marcus Harris at cover. No run.
Division 2 table then. So Durham at top, they're on 48 points. Leicestershire, they're in second place. This includes the bonus points from the current games. They're on 38, Worcestershire 35. Then Sussex 28, Glamorgan 24, Gloucestershire 21, Yorkshire 21, Derbyshire 17.
Price into Coles, nicely clipped up to Marchant de Lange at mid-on, prevents a single. But I mean, Durham are stealing a bit of a charge. If they could beat Derbyshire this week,
which I think they will,
which given the current score, you would think is likely, provided the weather holds, of course. They've got, you know, big runs on the board. They've got a big lead at the moment. Derbyshire 2 down, following on.
2 days to go in that as well.
Price with 2 slips and a fine gully to Coles, who lets that go outside the off stump. James Coles, as Dan said, 19 years old, bowls slow left arm as well as being a middle order batter, but he'd probably be the second spinner behind Jack Carson in this team. Price in bright sunshine into Coles, who gets up onto his toes and just plays that, using the weight of the pace of the ball to play the weight of the shot. No great force out on the offside taken by Marcus Harris. That's an interesting email from Merlin Styles Wheel. I've got that right. Merlin Styles Wheat. I'd say. Seeing a Pajara 100, he says here. Coles, well, that's a nice shot. That's
beautiful.
That's as good a shot as we've seen today. anything Pajara can do, Coles can match. That's a lovely shot out through extra cover for 4 all the way along the ground. Didn't overhit it. Just in the timing. Was almost half volley length, but again, just picked that off. And that was away through extra cover and not worth chasing. Do you see a Pajara 100 here, Dan?
Yeah, I do. I do, actually.
Do you agree with Merlin?
His name's Merlin Styles Wheat. Yeah. I mean, that is a very posh name. I should imagine he's from Uckfield or Hurstpierpoint in Sussex, and probably likes to go beagling on the downs, perhaps, in his spare time. If that's his real name, I don't know. But I think I've got to agree with you, Merlin. So, looking at James Coles here, he's a type 1 diabetic. Like Jordan Thompson at Yorkshire as well, he's also a type 1 diabetic. And credit to those guys. He's been asked in the Cricketers Who's Who here, what's his perfect breakfast? And he's gone for chorizo, eggs, and black pudding on the side. Ooh. There's a lot of... It sounds lovely, actually. Zaffa in to Pajara. Yeah, the boys have balked at that, but then it's like suddenly they've just gone, oh, hang on a second, that sounds really good. He's also from Aston Rowant Cricket Club, which again is where Miles Hammond played his cricket. Zaffa in, Pajara defence. That's in Chinnor in Oxfordshire,
yeah.
Chinnor. And that's Miles Hammond's cricket club, isn't it? Aston Rowant, I believe. Pajara just cutting that one back with a point. No run. And he likes fishing, James Coles.
Right, I'm well behind him in that particular cue.
You're not there with your...
I'm not there. Half an hour in the company of Paul Whitehouse and Bob Mortimer is about as far as I go with fishing.
Yeah, I just haven't got the time for it, mate. I can't really see myself on the bank of the... I'm not sure you get many salmon or trout in the River Lee or the River Thames back in London. He's Zaffa. He's going to bowl to the fisherman and tosses one up like a fly into the water. But Cole's equal to it, cuts it away and picks up a single. Was well bowled. Jara inside edge gets one for it.
A little bit flatter there, that last delivery from Zaffa. And since that all wicket, which was a bit of a bonus really, not a huge amount has happened for him today. But then spinners, particularly on, it is only the second day of the game, will encounter days like this. His real thrust in the game, you would think, is probably going to be on the fourth day potentially. Just to give you a bit of a heads up, the forecast for tomorrow is probably not quite as sunny as today, but generally dry. That is the threat of, I think, a shower or two on Sunday, but that might miss us anyway. Graham van Buren is to come into the attack for the first time. So the sixth bowler Gloucestershire have used. And Tom Price's stint didn't last long at all. Van Buren, as we know from his rather short approach to the wicket as well, will not hang about getting through his overs. Driven down the ground this time by Pajara, pick up a comfortable single, inching towards his half century. ...19 test hundreds 57 first-class hundreds. When he gets in, he tends to bat big.
Just looking also at James Coles, his favourite toy as a kid was Hot Wheels cars.
Van Buren in, Coles straight up to mid-off this time.
The person that inspires him.
Marcus Harris was there, no run. He hasn't got to wait long for Van Buren's next delivery. This from the Ashley Down Road end towards us in the pavilion, but away from you on your screen. And a single to Coles, worked out again onto the leg side.
But the person who inspires James Coles the most is Elon Musk, who I'm not very happy with. Taking my blue tick away from me on Twitter, Ian.
Dear me. Pajara thinks about a single there. They're going to end up taking one. Just wonder whether Tom Price was just caught a little bit, almost in the mode of thinking they weren't going to take a run there. He stopped, and the batsman thought, oh, maybe there is a single there after all, and they pinched one. Coles tries to clip that away past the umpire, who's standing at point for Van Buren, and they can pick up a comfortable single. And at the moment, with still 25 overs to go on the board, is that going to tick down to 24? Yes, it is. 24 overs to go, 181 for 3. And Sussex are making pretty serene progress at the moment. Ajit Singh Dale's last burst did bring the wicket of Allsop, but Coles has come in and got to 16 without too much bother.
Yeah, Tom Price can have a go from this end. He seems like he preferred the pavilion end.
It may be to do with that whole thing about the crease and the firmness of the footholds.
Maybe.
Because I think he only had one over from that top end.
Yeah.
And now he's immediately switched.
Yeah. Anyway, he's just setting his field at the moment. He's going to come in, slightly curved run. Past umpire Billy Taylor. And Coles. I think he was 4 years below Tom Price at school. Coles?
So just
speaking to
humour
Tom
me a
last night.
second, Dan,
Yeah,
for a
go on.
moment. Sussex get to 250 for 4 at the close. Where is the game going from there?
Well, Gloucestershire have got to bat well for it to, Is Price in? Gloucestershire have got to bat well.
250 for 4 with 2 days to go.
Yeah.
They've still got overs available where they can get more batting points.
Yeah. Well, it'll be 104 overs in the day tomorrow. There's 96. There's still 224 overs left in this game. There's a hell of a lot of cricket still to go in this game.
So are Sussex looking to get 400 and try and only bat once?
Maybe. Here's Price in, and Coles cuts. Well fielded by Ben Charlesworth at backward point. Yeah, I mean
if this was 250 for 4 at the end of the first day, you'd say absolutely no problem. There's still plenty of time left in the game, but at the end of the second day, when the side batting first has still got bonus points available, or are they going to be really aggressive and think about declaring with only a modest total on the ball? I'm not sure I see that.
Just defended there.
A couple of emails which we'll get to during this over if we can. Oh, a gentleman from New Jersey. I've not heard from Varun Agarwal before. I hope, sir, I pronounced your name correctly. But it's a long email about Pajara, so Dan, this is yours because you're Pajara's best friend, aren't you?
Price in. That's good leave there. Tom Price got his hands on his head there. He's only got one head. So, who's this guy? He's just having a look through the email here. His name is Varun Agarwal from New Jersey. And he said, "Hey guys."
No, he doesn't say it like that. Perhaps he does.
Price in, that's defended. He said, "Thanks for the wonderful commentary. Really enjoying listening to and watching the YouTube coverage of the County Championship, particularly of Sussex, to follow my cricketing hero, Cheteshwar Pujara. I've been closely following his career for many years now. It's a delight for me to see him serve as captain with such a young squad. Pujara is an ideal choice to nurture Sussex's young batters." Got to agree with you there, mate. Just want to pass on my thoughts about Pujara's heroics in Australia during India's 2 latest tours, both ending in historic victories for India. Perhaps Pujara's best series of his career was India's tour of Australia in 2018-19, where he ended up player of the series and anchored India's batting, amassing over 500 runs after facing more than 1,000 balls. Classic Pujara. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here's Van Buren to start a new over from the Ashley Down road end, and Pujara will pick up a single here. Takes him to 48.
This was India's first Test series victory on Australian soil. In fact, the first series victory for any Asian cricketing nation on Australian soil. For many Indians, it's a truly historical landmark.
Van Buren to Coles, who uses his feet, and was that a... Well, Dent's taking that on the end of his fingers. I might have gone into the ground first. I mean, the indication, the body language says that was not a chance. Tossed up again by Van Buren, and Coles works the single out to Singhdale.
He's actually said that victory in Australia was on a par with the one-day International World Cup victories. I've got to disagree with you there. I have got to disagree with you there.
Van Buren in. Pujara up towards wide long off, and one more to him. He goes to 49. Can you finish the email before Pujara gets his 50?
I don't know, it's quite a long one. Pujara might get his 100 first.
Coles stretching forward to Van Buren.
I've got to say though, Varun, that I think India's 83 World Cup victory was the catalyst for their success now. In fact, even the catalyst for the IPL now.
Van Buren in. And Coles goes back. Big appeal from the bowler, but Mark Newell's not interested. Let's have a look at this another time.
Oh! He's got an inside edge on that, surely.
Looks a big inside edge to me.
He must have an inside edge on that. He's on the back leg. Right in front of middle stump.
Big inside edge onto that.
Yeah.
184 for 3. Dan, do you want to finish Varun's email?
Yeah, Varun carries on, saying Pujara also played a crucial role in the 2021 India v Australia Test Series, which was the most epic Test Series I've ever watched. In addition to the obvious storylines of an undermanned young Indian team resiliently defeating Australia on their home turf, what stood out for me, particularly about day 5 at the Gabba, was Pujara's willingness to be hit on the body to minimise his risk of getting out to the Australian quicks. Yeah, it was a really good innings, that. I remember it well. And he can talk forever about Pujara's patience, discipline, technique, attritional approach.
Here's Tom Price starting a new over from the pavilion end. That's let go by Pujara.
Thanks, Ian. I've got a fly in my throat there. But one thing he doesn't hear too many people mention is sheer guts and courage that Pujara has, which, you know, I've got to agree with him. He took 140 kilometre mile an hour strikes to the body, and I thought, Cummins, Hazelwood, etc. were all over him. Just having a check of the ball here, so I'll carry on with the email. His contribution, though, not as flashy in terms of total runs on the day. Rishabh Pant and Shubman Gill took those honours, but he's still immense, and I agree he's done a real good job for that Indian team at 3 as well, which is a difficult place to bat. He shielded his partners from Cummins, tied out the Aussie pace attack, and set the game up very nicely for the bashers at the end. Price in, and the man of the moment, Pujara, one short of his 50, just plays that into the offside. I've got to agree with you. I'll tell you who else had a really good series there was Siraj as well. I thought it was a series that he came to the fore. He says that was the most special sporting moment of his life and validated his affection for Pujara. Baron, what a lovely email. Hope you're well over there in New Jersey, in the States. As Tom Price comes in. And I've got to agree with you. I'm a fan of Pujara. I like him, and, you know, he's not flashy, but there's something wonderful about him for the cricket connoisseur, isn't there? There's a beauty in defence for those people who really appreciate the long form of cricket.
And I think people who came to the ground today with a genuine love of the game would have wanted to see Pujara bat.
Yeah, I agree.
He's got enough now, though.
Yeah, he's got enough. He can go back to the hutch. There he is, leaving one. That'll disappoint Varron, though. Varron wants to see him get 100.
Yeah, and he might get there. I'm not sure he'll get. I think the odds on him getting there tonight are now reducing, I would say.
Yeah.
But no, Varron, thanks for your thoughtful email.
Lovely email.
Lovely. We love content like that. With people who really follow the game and are students of it. I'll give you the complete opposite from Mike Cook in a moment.
Price in, and Pujara pushes that one in. Zafar Gahar just on his heels a little bit at deep cover. They thought about a single, but turn it down. Go on, what's Mike got to say in?
So Mike is also in the States, and he was a contributor to us on email last season.
I remember him, yeah.
I hope there's no repeat of what happened on this broadcast a short while ago. They put up pictures of the commentators. Great to be able to join you again. He said, it was enough to put me off my breakfast.
Michael, what's going on?
Mike, pleased to have you back with us. Here is
Price in. And Pujara just plays that into the offside. No run. Good over. 184 for 3. Pujara 49. James Coles 17. 22 overs left. 21 overs left.
And, you know, we like the emails that are both long and thoughtful and short and pithy. We don't mind either. And
we'll take whatever. We just like the attention, actually, Mike.
It's the interaction is part of hopefully what makes this broadcast enjoyable for you and also enjoyable for us. And there is our email, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk.
Meanwhile, Mike's vomiting his breakfast up, having seen that in the on his screen.
Coles on 17, waits for Van Buren to start a new over, and he'll pinch a single, he'll get a comfortable single up to wide long off. Paul Farbrace in his interview last night at the close said that he felt that Sussex would try and be positive in their approach. I think within reason they've done that, but if they really are going to push on here, and here is Pujara getting to his 50 with a single. So Varron, I hope if you're watching, 131 balls, will be standing and raising a glass or applauding as you choose. 8 fours in that, and just one more stat on a very, very good career. Van Buren into Coles, stands up again, waits for the ball to come to him, and then plays it in a little bit of a tight fashion there out on the leg side. Fielded by Ben Charlesworth, who's on the ground today for Jack Taylor, who's been unable to field because of illness. Hopefully he'll be okay for tomorrow. Coles again stretches forward to Van Buren.
Yeah, if you're watching this at home, Jack, hope you're well, mate, and
well, hope you're better.
Yeah, I hope you're better, and I hope we see you back here tomorrow, because he's a good guy, Jack Taylor.
Van Buren again gives Coles the chance to play that little push drive up to long off, which again brings him 1 run. Score tick round, and Pujara defends the last ball of Van Buren's over. That's just his 3rd over of the innings. The seam bowler's overs reasonably evenly shared. 15 to Singdale, 15 to Tom Price, 11 to De Lange. Zafar's had a a reasonably long bowl in terms of overs, but his spells have been punctuated. He's been tried from both ends, and so far for him just the 1 wicket. But Sussex, they're probably not going, as you see the rate, they're not going to be getting much beyond 350, even if they push the accelerator here a bit. 110 overs, remember, is the points limit in terms of overs where you can score bonus points, and that rate at 2.83 is quite. It's no more than steady, is it? Down at the moment, it's modest.
Yeah, here's Tom Price. Can have a bowl at James Coles. That's well bowled. A little bit of extra bounce there. Right. So, if you hear us using terms like Graham van Buren, Marchant de Lange, Paul van Meekeren, don't think it's Ian Randall has lost his marbles finally over the winter. It is because we have had a lesson in Afrikaans and in Dutch, and these are the correct pronunciations. So, this is why we are saying de Lange, van Meekeren, and van Buren. So there you go.
Tom Price wants a field change here. Charlesworth has gone down to 3rd man, and Hammond has come from gully to a square point.
Price in to the wicket, and Coles defends. Yeah, going back to what you were saying earlier though, I think there's a hell of a lot of cricket to be played in this, and you know, you're saying where the game goes from here. Remember Warwickshire last year? It looked like the game was going nowhere. Sibley got 100, didn't he? And quite slowly batted all day. It was like a sort of a Pujara knock. It was a masterclass in concentration. And then the game just suddenly exploded into life. And I'm wondering if it's going to be one of those, perhaps. You don't know, do you? That's the beauty of cricket. Here's Tom Price. Nice shot there from Coles on drive. Can only find Graham van Buren.
I mean, I think your line was absolutely fair, though, in that Gloucestershire won the toss and put Sussex in, so you've got to bowl us out. They could take that rather sort of pointy view.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex, though, some people have spoken. I can't remember who had them. I think it was the cricketer had them down to finish 2nd in this division. Price in, which, considering where they were last year, the season that they had last year, I thought was...
No, one win last summer, 1 win the summer before.
Yeah, I thought it was rather brave, but I tell you what, they've had a good start to the season. They won that game against
Durham
by 2 wickets, and you know,
then the draw with Yorkshire, which they, as you rightly say, they might have lost.
Yeah. And this will be a tough one for them. You know, coming to Bristol's not an easy place to come, is it? Price into the wicket. Short, pulled away. Only to find Marcus Harris out deep backward square. 1 run.
Just a couple of boundaries from Coles so far, but he's played 2 very nice shots for those. Other than that, he's just been content to just deflect and accumulate.
Yeah, you balled you in 14. I think we're going to see a little bit of Marchant with the new ball, aren't we? Here's Price into Pujara. Oh, that's a good leave.
But you say 14. Gloucestershire can't wait for that, can they?
No, they'd like 1 now and expose a new batsman to the new ball, wouldn't they? That's what they'd really like.
Pujara's just asking for a drink. I don't think there's a change of gloves necessarily out there, but it is, for the first time we can say this, it's been a pleasant day for those both watching and playing. Those who were patient enough to wait for the start at 10 minutes to 2 have been rewarded with... I don't think they'll feel too badly about 70 overs in the day now. They'll feel that decision was a fair one for the umpires to take. They tried to get play going as soon as they reasonably could, allowing for the fact that the Ashley Down Road end was the one that was the area which I think you describe as heavy underfoot. Van Buren into James Coles, who again
sounds like horse racing here.
Yeah, well, but that's how it was described. It was that end of the ground was the one that seemed to have held the most water. With the feel for Van Buren after this ball, and again Coles into that gap up towards Harris at wide long off. He's not right on the rope, but he's a comfortable single. So he's got Van Buren's got a slip, a sort of backward point, I suppose you'd call it. Short extra cover and an orthodox cover, and Pajara split the two of them, and that's gone for 4. That's very well placed. Nothing that Hammond or Dent could do about that. Literally picked the gap.
That's class.
All on placement. And it's run well away from Harris up towards those old training net pitches in front of the apartments and away for 4. Pajara to 54. And just content to defend, having played a picture book shot off the last delivery.
So would you say the going at the pavilion end's good to firm in?
Firmer, Dan, I think. Firm, definitely. Pajara, not absolutely firm, not hard, definitely. Yes, good to firm is probably about right. I did listen to the radio on the way home yesterday. I'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Van Buren again to Coles, uses his feet and squeezes that out for a single on the leg side. I did feel for the people who are either contemplating going to the Derby or the FA Cup final, both on the same day, when there could be disruption on the trains. I'm not a big train traveller, but I can understand people who've been really, they may have planned those dates some while ago, particularly if they were going to the Derby. And now also the time of the Derby's been moved as well. It's been brought forward. So
yeah,
real problems.
Well, we've had the railway workers on strike, we've had the nurses on strike, the doctors on strike, and Graham Van Buren can only hope that Tom Price strikes in this over.
And Price to continue. Yeah, I'm with you about De Lange. I wonder if he is being held for the second new ball. But 13 overs is quite a long time to hold him for.
Price into the wicket. Coles plays him back to him.
Bat makes quite a nice sound, doesn't it?
That certainly does.
Just to say that.
So you're listening to the radio on the way home? Yeah, go on. You're listening to the radio on the way home?
Well, just about the news about the strikes, the disruption to the trains.
Yeah.
De Lange just having a chat with Tom Price as he walked back to his mark.
I had you down as a Radio 3 man, Ian. A bit of classical, a bit of Mendelssohn. Tom Price in. Coles just plays one into the onside. Little cheeky single. Direct hit there from Van Buren, but Pajara comfortably home. I had you down as a man for sort of, Radio 3 perhaps.
I tend to be a speech radio man for the.
Do you?
In the car, if I can. I mean, there are so many digital channels.
Yeah.
But particularly if you've been at cricket all day and you kind of, okay, what's been happening elsewhere, news-wise, and what's been happening at the snooker, for example. Just interested to know, and you wouldn't get that on Radio 3.
Price in.
I'm sure Radio 3 has a lot of very, very good stuff on it. But I mean, that's on long wave, and that probably, in terms of this digital age that we're heading towards, is probably the most vulnerable of the frequencies, actually.
Yeah.
Long leg and a third man now for Tom Price.
Snooker taking place at the Crucible at the moment.
Yeah.
Is Bristol's Judd Trump still in it?
Oh, no, knocked out quite early.
Was he?
Yeah.
I haven't really kept my eye on it, to be honest with you. Price into the wicket. Well bowled.
Bracey standing up.
Yeah, trying to pin Pujara back into his crease. Just trying something a little bit different, perhaps. Good wicket keeping that from James Bracey. Can bring a batsman. Firstly, it stops Pujara from getting right forward and covering the movement. But also it pins him back into his crease as well, and you bring LBW into the equation, as well as, you know, potential for a stumping as well. So good wicket keeping. I like to see this from James Bracey.
Give you scores from the other 4 games going on. Perhaps at the end of the over, there are two matches in the first division and 2 other matches in the second division.
Price in. Oh, good leave from Pujara.
Actually, Tom's not the fastest walker back to his mark. So at Lords, Middlesex are ahead against Kent. Kent 186, Middlesex 216 for 9. The last pair are Tim Murtagh and Ethan Bamber, and they lead by 30. And at Edgbaston, Surrey, just behind Warwickshire, 144 for 5. They trail by 6. Cameron Steele and Jamie Smith, the not-out batsman.
He's a good laugh, Cameron Steele. Price in. Pujara just turning the wrists on that one. He's going to get a couple for his troubles. Yeah, we had Cameron Steele on our podcast the other week after his 140 against Lancashire. And he's good fun.
200 up.
There we go,
Sussex.
200 for 3 in the 69th over.
Yeah, it's been a day of steady shot selection, I would say, from Sussex by and large, in the main, with one big exception.
Price approaching the crease, and Pujara punches that into the offside off the back foot. Zafar diving away, doing the fielding there. That completes the over. 200 for 3, 69. Pujara 57, Coles 23. There is fan craze. Buy your favourite player cards. James Bracey there. And yeah, it's one of the things we've got going new for the summer here at Gloucestershire. So
Tom Price going off for a moment. Matt Taylor's come on as 12th man, so that means there are 2 fielding subs now out there at the moment, and Zafar Kahar's going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and Marchant de Lange's warming up, so there could be a double change. In Division 2 elsewhere at Chesterley Street, Derbyshire following on 52 for 3 against Durham. They still trail by 235, and at Grace Road, Glamorgan 125 for 2 against Leicestershire. They still trail by 282. Marnus Labuschagne, though, is unbeaten on 64, just getting into the groove, so to speak.
Derbyshire there, just like Mark Knopfler. They're in dire straits.
Here is Zafar in and chopped away by James Coles. Saw dire straits in concert in Cardiff at the not at the Principality, but the Old Arms Park.
Oh, okay.
We were a long way away. Here's Coles, who plays that into the boot of Charles.
Felt on the knee, actually.
Or was it on the knee? I thought to hit him on the boot for a moment. So have a second look at that. Oh yes, that's right.
Catch?
Right on the funny bone.
Was that a catch? I think I'll put that down as a drop catch here in person. No.
James can let's have another look at that delivery. It might, Charlesworth he's been hit in a very sore place there. It's above the.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it catches the nerve there.
Yeah, and
he's struggling. I hope he's all right.
It's above the little pads that the players wear. He's felt that. Oh, that's really You can see by the colour of Charlesworth's face to the naked eye here, he's really felt that. And he's going to need some attention from Kirk Russell. We've still got 16 overs after this one to go in the day. Coles is just going to have a drink. He's given Pajara good support here. And here is the last delivery. Look at Charlesworth, he's at short leg. Has this come off the bat and at a... which, to say that's a chance is really being a bit mean, I think.
I was being harsh. It was, full on.
Charlesworth just getting some attention, but Gloucestershire already, remember, with 2 fielding subs. Josh Shaw is at... well, I suppose Josh Shaw is still on the ground. He could change from his T20 kit and maybe go out there if Charlesworth has to come off.
But I think only if you're named before the start, though, you can do that, can't you?
So he wasn't in the 13, so... Oh, is that...
I think you've got to be named.
Could that be agreed by the umpires and the captain?
No, I think you've got to be named at the start of the game, whether you're in that, substitute fielders. Although I don't know if the law has changed with, because the law has changed, hasn't it, on substitutes with concussion subs, etc.
Right.
So I don't know if it's changed. I mean, I know this isn't a concussion sub, but I know
Graham Van Buren is coming off the field. Charlesworth is still on the field at the moment, but the question is whether he feels he can continue or not. He's been in the wars with injuries, hasn't he, Ben Charlesworth, particularly with his shoulder.
Well, he's stands at short leg, and you can get hit there, can't you? So,
right, we've got about 4 helmets being brought out here by Graham Van Buren.
Charlesworth's putting his back on.
So I think he's going to be able to continue.
Yeah, he's a brave boy, Ben.
But he'll have certainly felt that. It's just caught him in a really awkward place. He's strapping the pad back on again. But I say, from my reading of it, it was that the pad couldn't have stopped that impact because it's on the front of the shin, and that appeared to get him on the inside of the knee, which is an area which is not covered by the pad, and therefore you're just susceptible if you are in.
I've been hit there batting, where you go sweeping and you suddenly get one, whether you expose the inside of the knee, and it seriously hurts. And it does, there's a nerve running through there as well, which can, suddenly make your leg go. A bit like Mr. Pedrosa's when he fought Barry McGuigan at Loftus Road back in 1985, like Bruce Grobbelaar, the old spaghetti legs.
Oh. So he's not comfortable there. I wonder whether Charlesworth might actually go to slip, although he might find he wouldn't want his right knee to lock there, would he? That's the one thing he wouldn't want. So that's going to add a little bit to the day. I mean, still 200 for 3, as you can see the Sussex score. Charlesworth, he's actually going back into that position. Is he going to swap? No, he's just giving Ollie Price his glasses by the looks of it. I don't know how mobile he's going to be there, Charlesworth, but he's in there at short leg, and here is Zafar to bowl to Coles.
Charlesworth hops off the ball.
It's a bit of a hobble, isn't it?
It is a hobble.
He won't be chasing anything very far, I don't think, for the rest of the day. And he'll be icing that knee at the close, would be my reading of it.
Yeah, saw one.
Zafar in bright sunshine into Coles once more, and Charlesworth lets that go by.
You've just got to walk it off, haven't you? It's one of those you've just got to. Whatever happened to the magic sponge?
Well, Kirk Russell may have brought that out. Zafar staying around the wicket, and Coles goes down the ground. I think that might have gone aerial actually, but he's got it on the bottom part of the bat, and it's ended up going straight along the floor. down towards that short straight boundary at the Ashley Down road end for 4. I think he meant to hit that cleaner than that.
Yeah, Cole, I like the look at Coles. He's played some nice shots, unfurled a few pretty shots down the ground, and he's playing with positive intent, and I like the look of him. Very confident for a 19-year-old.
They're going to push long on back. He's got a half and half there, really. He's March on to longer. Definitely on the single. There is a single company to him, but Coles isn't interested. End of the over, 204 for 3. There are 16 overs to go on the day. That'll feel like a long time to Ben Charlesworth unless that pain from that knee goes down a bit. But perhaps more importantly, there are 10 overs until the second new ball. And in that sense, I suppose, Dan, Gloucestershire have controlled the scoreboard a bit. They haven't let Sussex get away.
No, it's been a good contest. I mean, this is proper cricket here. Neither side giving it away. Gloucestershire haven't bowled badly at all. I think they bowled pretty well. And it's a masterclass from Pujara. And he'll be thinking about tomorrow morning already. He'll be wanting to be there tomorrow morning, as will James Coles, to come out and bat after his breakfast of chorizo, black pudding and egg. We're going to see a change at the pavilion end. Martin de Lunga. Here he comes. Past the umpire and defiant Pujara. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah, the more Sussex bat at this relatively modest rate, the more I think they're going to try and build a very big score and say to Gloucestershire, right,
we're going to bat once perhaps.
Yeah, we will bat once.
DeLonga in. And it's a tight one. Oh, Van Buren couldn't pick that up cleanly. If he did, Pujara was in big trouble, because I don't think he'd have got home with a Van Buren.
It was his call.
Direct hit. Yeah, it was his call. And Van Buren hits directly. He hits the stumps a lot.
It was just enough. He probably felt that if they both went, there was a comfortable single, but
DeLonga to Coles. Coles up on his toes, gets a little bit late on that, goes backwards, just squirts out to Gully.
I'm going to be really mean here.
Go on, Ian.
And I don't think this is this is in Paul Farbrace's nature. Would you bat long enough that you think, do you know what, we could almost bat to a point where we can prevent Gloucestershire getting any batting points, because there won't be the time to do it?
No, I don't think so. I think they'll be looking to...
They'd be more proactive than that.
Yeah, I think so. Here's DeLonga in, and that's... Whoa! Dismissively whipped through the onside there from Coles. Bit of aerial traffic there.
First bit of aerial traffic today, I think.
Yeah, I think so. DeLonga won't like being pulled through the onside there. Let's see if the next one...
hasn't got an awful lot of cover there, though. I mean, he's only got a man just in front of square, at square leg, and a fairly straight mid-on.
There he goes. Let's see if he bends his back now and cranks it up a little bit. Works up a hit of steam. And I wonder if we're going to see maybe a 6-7 over spell, and I wonder if we're going to see Marchand de Lange. Come steaming in. There's one there, but they didn't turn it down. That was well attacked there. Good cricket from Marcus Harris. Attacked the ball. He was never going to make it, but he planted the seed of doubt into the batsman's mind, and they didn't take the single.
Just one cricket story that you might have missed earlier on today. Andrew Strauss, who led the performance review after England's defeat to the Ashes in 2021, will stand down from his role as a strategic advisor to the ECB and as chair of the Performance Cricket Committee next month. The ECB have said that having recently taken on additional external responsibilities, Andrew has decided it's time to step away from the ECB role. Right, Tom Price is back on the field and Matt Taylor is now subbing for Ben Charlesworth.
Well, Andrew Strauss still got 2 young children, and obviously this, had a sad bereavement a few years ago, so you wonder if maybe it's personal reasons perhaps there.
Zavagahar into Pujara, who defends. The CEO of the ECB, David Mahoney, will also leave on the 1st of September. So there's a couple of significant departures from the ECB confirmed. They're not at the same time. The new chair, Richard Thompson, said Andrew has given outstanding service to English cricket over many years. It's greatly valued the advice and expertise he's provided. In my time as chair, I've enjoyed working with him. Here is Zafir in again, and Pujara again gets right to the pitch of that and plays it back up the pitch. He said, Thompson continued that we're currently implementing the vast majority of recommendations from Andrew's impressive high performance review, which I believe will help the England men's teams to sustain their success. Pujara just get back into his crease sharply there, because Zafir was quickly onto that in his follow through. And there are some non-executive directors appointed to 4 of them, in fact, to the ECB board, and they're going to get a couple here. Pujara whipping that away to subfielder Matt Taylor in the deep on the leg side, on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. And that then the main news from away from the play today. Andrew Strauss to leave his 2 roles at the ECB next month. And there's a chance gone. Stumping chance missed by James Bracey there. Pujara on 60. That's got through everything.
That's well bowled by Zafir. Saw him coming, just pushed it a little bit wider.
Bracey will be, I think, pretty angry with himself about that.
I think it might have come off for the inside edge of Pujara's bat. Let's have a look at this.
Well, his total's gone up by 1, so...
Yeah, I don't think it's Bracey's fault at all. I think he's just got something on it. We'll come back to that one. See if we can have a look at that from side on. Here's DeLunga. Here's Pujara, tickles that one around the corner.
Can you show it in slow motion, James, that last delivery? We'll try to see if...
Yeah, let's see if we can get that in slow-mo.
It's one of those ones which we're grateful to be able to see more than once, and hopefully those on the ground obviously can't, but if you're at home and watching us on the stream, then...
But I thought it was a very good bit of bowling from Zafir. Saw him coming early and just pushed it a little wider. Here's DeLunga into James Coles. Good bouncer. Coles weaves it. DeLunga.
He's got his sort of grin.
The nicest bloke in cricket he's been described as. Here he is into the crease. Coles just turns his wrists on that one off the hip. Plays it out to deep square. Marcus Harris doing the fielding.
Just looking across, we can of course see the taller of the two stands at the Memorial Stadium, home of Bristol Rovers, but no traffic queues there tomorrow down there at Peterborough. So that will be empty tomorrow.
DeLong goes through to Bracey. There it is on your screen, looking across the car park. I can see your car there, Ian.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see my car as well.
Yeah. And looking over the rooftops of Kennington Avenue and towards North Bristol, up the A38. And there it is, there's the stand. Back here though at the Seat Unique, Marchant DeLunga comes in and Pajara plays that one beautifully, and he's going to get 4 runs there. And Zafar Gahar can't cut that one off. And real timing, his placement is key to why he's been so successful in his career. And that shot there epitomises the way he can work the ball around the ground. And he's moved on to 66. And Gloucestershire wouldn't mind seeing the back of him, I think. Here's DeLunga in. Pass. Oh, that's a hook shot. And he's kept that one down, rolled the wrists. And Harris hurls it into the non-striker's end just to make Pajara stop
walking. We haven't
seen
all that much of, and this may to some degree reflect on the length that Gloucestershire have bowled today. He's not driven very much, not straight.
No.
So if he has driven, he's placed those shots through cover, extra cover. Not much on the leg side, really.
No.
And therefore it's been if you looked at a wagon wheel, is it a wagon wheel of his shots?
Yeah.
It'd be very strong in certain areas. You know, not much down the ground, not much through mid wicket.
Yeah. Don't ask James Haley for that though. You're asking him for a hell of a lot. You'll be asking him for Manhattans and worms next, Ian.
You might explain what they are. The worm is the graph that goes up the page. Is that
and a Manhattan is the squares.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ollie Price into the attack. Miles Hammond is at slip at the moment. Where's Van Buren? He is at short mid wicket on the single. So Ollie Price has got a deep backward square. And he's going to have another man on the leg side now. So there'll only be 3 men on the offside, which is a deep point. Chris Dent covering a huge area. That short extra cover, and Pajara has got a full toss, which he's pulled away onto the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. And has that gone for 6?
Yeah.
It has. Yeah, that was a loose one, or a loosener, if you wish. And Pajara. Well,
yeah, that's not a million miles away from my motor vehicle over there.
On to 73. Dent with a good stop. 13 overs to go. Not impossible he might get his 100 tonight. And Miles might be right about Pajara. Good night.
Merlin, his name was, wasn't it?
I'll go back to that email. Merlin, thank you. Apologies.
Well, maybe a bit of wizardry from Merlin. Foresaw it.
Ollie Price from the Ashley Down road in. That's swept by Pajara. I'm not sure that was off the bat or not. I don't think it was. And Matt Taylor fields from right down in front of the covers at this pavilion end. It was a bye.
Buys, yeah, pre-signal there from the umpire, and then he just confirmed it.
Pajara to 70, on to 75. He's getting good support here from James Coles. Last wicket went down at 158. 69 they've added. Very simple action, Ollie Price. And again, with the damage already done in this over, Pajara happy to defend. There are his numbers, 75 from 159 balls, and Coles 30 from 62. Pajara's full numbers, 3.5 hours at the crease, and yeah, Coles for a 19-year-old who's not played an awful lot of first-class cricket. Yes, he apparently had done well in the second team recently for Sussex, but he's played just the sort of compact, measured role that Pajara would appreciate.
Zafar.
So Dalanga's experiment didn't last long, did it?
No. Here's Zafar from the pavilion end. And that's through Van Buren. And that's, Coles got home there. And the ball has gone what would have been overthrows, but the ball has hit Coles. And sportingly, they don't run.
Just wonder
That's the sort of thing that causes a hoo-ha, isn't it?
Yeah, I just wonder whether Sussex are just thinking here, right, we've got 6 overs against the old ball here, whether we can just press the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Here's Zafar bowling to Cheteshwar.
You know, the Gloucestershire bowlers have had 2 lengthy sessions.
Zafar into the crease. Threw that one a little bit wider. Saw Pajara coming, but then Pajara stopped and kept his back foot behind the line. There, Pajara's pulled out again from the delivery. Maybe he's not ready. Maybe Zafar's too quick. It tends to be from Zafar, doesn't it? Oh, that's lovely placement from Pajara. Cuts it backward as square. 4 runs.
Getting to that point in the day where you think he's actually quite difficult to keep quiet now.
His eyes in. He looks menacing here. He's talk about booking him in for bed and breakfast. I think he's going to get the full half-ball treatment here, Ian. That's ballooned up in the air, but to no avail.
It's almost as if in the last 15 minutes or so somebody's flicked a switch with him.
Zafar in, short, wide, and Pajara puts it in exactly the same place, and he's going to move into the 80s with another cut off Zafar Gahar.
And Gloucestershire wouldn't want to lose another 40 runs tonight, would they? Not. Are you saying that Sussex might get another 40 runs tonight?
Yeah, there's 12 overs remaining, 11 overs remaining.
I wonder whether the second new ball might check that, but hard new ball might go off the bat quicker, particularly with these two.
Yeah, I think we're looking at sort of 280ish.
Well, did I not say 300? They might get to 300 if they bat well.
Yeah.
At the outset, and then at tea it didn't look as if 300 was on because they were quite a.
No, it was 147 for 2 at tea, wasn't it? I think.
178, 138 for 2 in
138 for 2.
So to get 160 in the final session would have looked a lot. They might not quite get that many, but Gloucestershire now quite defensive with the field against these two.
Yeah, they're toiling a little, aren't they, Gloucestershire? These long sessions are quite tough. And it's now down to the characters.
Ollie Price with this high action into Coles, he's picked a lot of singles up with that shot, up to Marcus Harris at long off.
Well, you need the big dogs to stand up, don't you? It's all, you know, say in the second innings at Worcester, when I'll come on to it after this ball.
Once again, tipped away by Pajara. They might want two, but there's only one there because Zaffa's in quickly off the Kennington Avenue side boundary. Deep mid-wicket.
You know, when things are going your way, it's quite easy to, you know, be a leader, isn't it? But this is when you need people to stand up, when you're 238 for 3.
Coles, he's got that away, and there's a chase for DeLunger. He's not going to get there, and that's worked to the boundary away at wide long on for 4 more.
He looks a prospect, this kid, doesn't he?
He's quite a long way across there, but he's again using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. And DeLunger, at the end of a long day, will. He's picked his fielder there to some degree. Shortish boundary, DeLunger's quite straight. And Coles has he's tried to steer that away on the onside. It's come off the outside half of the bat. Expected it to go there. 36, the young teenager has. And Sussex heading towards the first batting point here. They're only 8 short, 242 for 3. And this stand has put on 84 for the 4th wicket. Earlier today, Ali Orr was out in the 3rd over of the morning, or 3rd over of the day's play to be more accurate, after we started at 10 minutes to 2. Caught behind by James Bracey off Safa for 36, and then Tom Alsop off a really good spirited spell from Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. Had Tom Alsop caught by Chris Dent at first slip for 67. Good innings that, good workmanlike effort, supporting Pujara. They put on exactly 100 for the 3rd wicket, and now another good stand for the 4th wicket here between these two.
Yeah, there's a few problems here for Graham Van Buren. He's got probably his 2 best bowlers this season haven't been at their best, have they, in this game? Tom Price and Zafar Gahar. But they're both match winners on their day, and I expect them to bounce back.
Yeah, Zafar's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 60. He's only bowled 2 maidens in that, and I think there always seems to have been a single somewhere.
He's bowled 1 bad one and over. One bad ball and over, I think, and I've seen him bowl.
To be fair, DeLunger and Singh Dale both been very economical.
Yeah.
Today, economical rather than particularly penetrative.
Here is DeLunger. Yes. Pujara accumulates 1 more to his total, moves him into the mid-80s, 85.
I think he will probably look at this 10 overs to go and say, right, that ought to be enough for me to get the remaining runs to get to 100, provided I have enough of the strike. If James Coles starts to monopolise it a bit, then that might be a bit of a different story.
Marching into Coles. Oh, that's a full shot, but he gets away with that. Runs down to Zafar at 3rd. Another 1 to the total. 244 for 3. Coles on to 37.
Marnus Labuschagne is out for 64 at Leicester in the game with Glamorgan. They're still a long way behind, but they're 3 down now. 134 for 3, still trailed by 273. And Durham needs 6 wickets to beat Derbyshire.
DeLunger in, and that's turned fine there. It's going to be runs. I wonder if that might have come off the hip, but it's runs. And Pujara moves on to 89. Wayward delivery there from Marchant DeLunger. And Pujara just helping it on its way down to that boundary at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, that felt like a ball at the end of a long day, didn't it? That one.
Certainly did.
Gloucestershire have got to be just, as we just said, just a little bit careful here. They don't let this last 40 minutes or so of the day unravel too much.
Yep, here's the Lunga into Pujara, who defends that one back to him.
It feels as if Pujara is inexorably going towards 100 though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does.
And above all, I think he'd got something like 6 runs off the first 50 balls he'd faced. And he's just very steadily gone through the gears.
Oh, where's that one gone? That's an inside edge. And I thought Tom Price was going to get him there. It's a full shot there. He hasn't played many of those. He just squirts away onto the leg side off an inside edge.
Yes,
and he moves on to 90.
Just to complete the detail on that Durham-Derbyshire game. Derbyshire following on 78 for 4. And they are
DeLonga in.
209 behind.
Coles weaves that. So Sussex just 1 run shy of a first batting point. So Pujara faced 169 balls for his 90. Coles faced 70, just 9 overs left. Lovely, warm spring sunshine here in Bristol. Remember, if you want to come down tomorrow as well, it is free after tea here. And I think it's just a wonderful place just to, you know, while away a sort of early summer, spring evening. Beer in your hand, come and meet the guys here. They're a friendly bunch here at Bristol. And it's a really good opportunity to come and see some world-class cricketers. Zafar Gahar's one with the ball there in his hand. Cheteshwar Pujara, there's no doubt about his credentials. He's world-class. Marcus Harris, you'll probably see him bat at some point tomorrow. He's world-class. Come and join us.
Zafar Gahar from the Ashley Down Road end. That's chopped away by Pujara, but straight to Miles Hammond at backward point. Pujara needs 10 for what would be a very well constructed 100. Gloucestershire. 2 overs after this until the second new ball. I can't think they won't take it. Nudge around the corner by Pujara. They've taken one, and there was a ground to be made up for Matt Taylor, who's coming round from deep square, and that is the first Sussex batting point. 251 for 3. And from where they were yesterday, 47 for 1 overnight. They haven't given Gloucestershire much to go on. It's not as if there's been a string of chances missed. One very difficult one to Miles Hammond when Alsop had 34, but apart from that, it's always been chanceless. Zafar Gahar round the wicket again to Pujara. He knows all about being in the 90s. No, not to get flustered. That's short, cutaway. There is a man on the point boundary. Ajit Singhdale with the return. They'll just take one. So I wonder if Ajit has got 3 overs left in him.
Yeah,
with the new ball.
He's been in the 90s at least 57 times, hasn't he? Probably more. Yeah. I'm sure he's been out in the 90s.
57 times he's converted a score from the 90s to 100.
Yeah. But I don't think Gloucestershire have done a lot wrong, and sometimes you just have to doff your cap to the opposition and say, you know, well batted. Here's DeLange. Moustache bristling. Approaching the crease. And he's pulled out. I don't know who pulled out that one, DeLange or Pujara. There's a bit of fielding change going on there.
Yeah, so there's acknowledgement between batsman and bowler. Look, you know, sorry. There was just a thumb up from the two of them. So
yeah, they both played enough cricket in their time. Good carry there from DeLange through to Bracey.
Particularly with an old ball.
Yeah.
At the end of a long day in the field.
I'd like to see DeLange with the new ball. I'd like to see him really crank it up and have a real go at this Sussex middle order.
Do you think that'll be tomorrow though?
Maybe. I think, you know, tune into us from 11 o'clock because here we go. That's beating him for pace a little bit and run backwards. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's going to be a real cracker. So join us. We're going to be on air at about 20 to 11 tomorrow. So join us here on the stream because the new ball will be only a couple of overs old. And I can see Marchant DeLange steaming in at Cheteshwar Pujara. Proper cricket. There he comes in and Pujara. The epitome of calmness, just works him round the corner and trots down the wicket for one.
My friend Varun
yeah.
in New Jersey is still with us because
great.
he'll have been enjoying this last 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you have any thoughts on the day's play, by the way, just as we're heading towards the last 25 minutes or so, James will put our email up at the end of the over just to remind you of what it is. Do get in touch.
DeLange to Coles. Thick outside edge. Down to Zafar. And, you know, that could have been a fielder there before, but these two have earned the right to spread the field. And it just goes for one down to third.
Wonder if, I mean, it's obviously a strategy that Gloucester have used in the first 2 matches that they've been played. I'll go back to the selection in a minute.
DeLange in, and that's hooked off his nose down to long leg for one.
Dale Benkenstein and Graham van Buren and Steve Snell would have looked hard at the selection, and they've gone with the extra batter in each of the matches so far. I wonder if this is the first occasion where they think, really nice to have had a fourth seamer, wouldn't it? And what that would mean, obviously, is almost certainly losing somebody from the middle order and pushing Zafar Kahar and Tom Price up one in the order. So this is the first time where you've really perhaps felt that they are a seam bowler light.
There's our email address. We've had an email through from Terry. So don't you think Sussex need to speed up? This is a 3-day match, assuming no more interruptions for rain or light. The rate they're going to be around 270. Well, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but yeah, I get where you're going. To get 400, they'd need to bat at least one session tomorrow. So they feel confident they can bowl Gloucestershire out twice in 5 sessions. If Pujara wants to get 100 first, we could be here until tea tomorrow before Gloss even starts batting in their first innings. Well, I think, Terry, you might have written this a little while ago, and we've only just got this, so apologies if it's slightly out of date, but Mr. Pujara's on 95.
Well, I mean, 270 by the end of play is not impossible. There are 7 overs to go if they did slow up. Here is Singdale back into the attack, and Pujara goes back into his crease and just plays that no weight at all in the shot out in the leg side. I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're going that slow. They're over 3 and over.
The relevant point from here is there are 31 overs to go, and while batting bonus points are still available. So we're not going to get a long way towards lunch tomorrow, with Sussex still able to get batting points. Cut away by Pujara into the offside. They'll take 1, that's all they'll be. Van Buren comes round, and the subplot to this closing phase of the day is, can Pujara get the last 4 runs to get to his 100?
But also, Gloucestershire have stuck Sussex in. Therefore, you have to bowl Sussex out. Sussex are under no, yes, all right, they might want to come out of Bristol with a win. Of course they do, but, the most important thing is not to get skittled early.
Off his hit by Coles, away on the leg side from Singdale this time. Zafar is quite deep there, 3 parts of the way to the boundary, so it's a comfortable single. And on the evidence of what we've seen today, you wouldn't think we are going to get 20 wickets in 5 sessions.
No, it's very placid, isn't it? I mean, if you had...
if that's what Sussex want to do.
Yeah, it's...
Singdale, it's quite a long approach. And Pujara again, a single onto the onside. They've had a couple of those on that sort of line and length, and that's that century partnership for these two. So the last 2 wickets for Sussex, both the 3rd wicket stand and this one, have put on 100 each. And it's been I think you used the word adequately, Dan. You said toil. It's been a bit of a day of toil.
Yeah.
If you've been a bowler today on this pitch. Singdale to Coles. Nothing there for him. Just bat and pad fairly close together. Reasonably organised.
This wicket reminds me of the one that Gloucestershire played Surrey on last year, where we saw Surrey get 602 for 10. Gloucestershire responded with 427 for 2, thanks to a double 100 from Chris Dent. And thank the Lord it rained on the 4th day and we all went home.
Singdale to Coles, nothing for him there either. That's gone straight to DeLanger at mid-on. So end of Singdale's over. There are 6 overs now to go. The new ball is available if Gloucestershire want to take it. What does Graham Van Buren want to do here? Looks like one of the 12th men has come out maybe with a box. Potentially with, it's a drink actually. I think it's Will Naish with a drink for Marchant DeLanger. And I think that's the old ball that's been thrown away. So
Marchant's got a new cherry in his hand.
I think we can reasonably assume there's the signal that there will be a new ball taken straight away, and Gloucestershire have 6 overs tonight to try and make some headway with it. Terry, thanks for your email, by the way. I think you make a fair point. Sussex have sped up a little bit, but the challenge is, I think they need to try and get to 450 in 110 if they were really to put any scoreboard pressure on.
DeLanger in to Pujara, and a little bit of shape, quick single, and they scamper through.
Coles might like to get to his 50 tonight. He might still do that.
Yeah,
he's only made 2 previous 50s in first class cricket. This is only his 9th match, so to have two half centuries already to his name is shows a sign of promise. His highest score is 59.
Bristol bathed in sunshine.
Pajara needs 2 for his 100.
Blue skies. March and DeLunga coming bowling, and Coles behind that.
See, 98 off 183 balls doesn't look slow now, does it?
No,
considering he was very slow when he started.
It's about gears, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all about gears, and it's a beautifully paced innings. Some of his shots were beautifully placed, and this innings has been beautifully paced. DeLunga into Coles. Oh, that's gorgeous. He's only going to get 1 because Van Buren scampers around.
13 fours and a 6 for Pajara at the moment. The 6 was off that full toss from Ollie Price, which...
bit of a pie, wasn't it?
He knew exactly what to do with.
I'm a bit worried about my car there. I'm glad I've taken out windscreen cover on my insurance. DeLunga in to Pujara. That's down the leg side. Has he got something on that? No, it's buys. I wonder if he'd got a little feather on that. That was wayward from DeLunga there.
Oh, I would say that's a tile bowler at the end of a long day.
Yeah, Bracey. Poor Bracey had no chance with that.
His accuracy up until probably this final session has been really good, and it's just drifted away from him a bit.
Here's DeLunga. Through to Pujara. He won't give it away now.
Yeah, he needs 2 singles in these last 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he's got out, fair enough, but he's not going to play the sort of shot that we saw from Ali Orr earlier, is he?
No.
He's not just going to give his wicket away. He's going to... He puts a price on his wicket, and that is why he is world class. Here he is. And again, quite content to defend. And it doesn't matter if it happens tomorrow morning. He won't worry about that, Cheteshwar Pujara.
No, I've not seen James Coles bat before this match, and I think many people would probably be in the same group. I say he's only played a handful of first-team matches, but looks to be somebody who's got a bit about them. I appreciate this is a pretty docile pitch, but he's looked pretty well organised, and he's only hit 4 boundaries, but again, that shows a concentration that means he's prepared to wait for the bad ball and just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Ajit Singh Dale with the new ball to Coles once more, and this has beaten the dive of Van Buren. It's going to go away past Marcus Harris up towards the boundary at wide long off, and it's just going to beat him to the rope. That's 4 more, so Coles getting to 44. We could have 100 and a 50 before the close at this rate. And it's been Sussex's day. We have to
yeah, massively.
Give credit where it's due. They lost the early wicket, and they've not given away anything since then. Singdale with 2 slips and a 4th slip, really, it looks like, and Coles works that to Van Buren to Zafar rather at short mid wicket for no run. Thanks if you've been in touch on email today. First proper day of Championship cricket of the summer here in Bristol, and therefore for Dan and I really the first full day back on commentary duty. We've enjoyed sharing the day with you. Hope you can join us tomorrow where Sussex are driving the game, aren't they, here, Dan?
They certainly are.
For this situation, they are dictating where it goes.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've had a great day. They're in the box seat.
And Zach and Big Phil, Phillips, both say, "Hello, gents. I'm watching the stream from Easton. Nice and cosy in my shacket. Really hoping Price can get himself some wickets here and we can keep the runs under 225. Phil, Big Phil and Zach, I do apologise if that email has got to us a bit late, or whether you were very optimistic when you sent it, but it's now 268 for 3.
Yeah. Console yourself, Phil. Go out and get yourself a shumper.
Coles waits. Singdale to him again, nicely clipped. He plays quite a lot in the V, doesn't he, James Coles?
Yeah.
Mid on, mid off, long on, long off. There's not much again. He played square of the wicket.
Yeah, looks a nice player. Looks a good prospect.
Ajit's probably had the best spell of the day. That spell in the afternoon session where he eventually got Allsop out. There was a bit of a working over there, which deserved his wicket. He was again didn't get up that much. James Bracey took that reasonably low. We have 4 overs left. 268 for 3. Pujara 98, Coles 44, and Sussex. What a night watchman padded up, I wonder. Finn Hampson, in theory, Ali Carter would be in next, but there might be a night watchman padded up.
We're going to have a change of bowling here. We're going to see Tom Price. See if he can work his magic.
He knows he's only got 2 overs to bowl.
Yeah.
And Graham Van Buren, he's not metaphorically sat on his hands today. He's tried to switch his bowlers. He has short spells. He's changed ends with them. Ajit has bowled all his overs from the Ashley Down Road end. That's the one sort of constant. And Marchant de Lange has bowled all his overs from the pavilion end. But outside of that, Tom Price, Zafar in particular, have multiple switches.
Here is Price, and that is work round the corner. Just for 1 though, down to Ajit Singhdale. And Pujara moves on to 99.
Just a reminder, if you are interested in coming to the T20 cricket here in Bristol, the early bird offer ends a week today on the 5th of May. Individual match tickets still available for £15 until next Wednesday at midday.
That's gorgeous shot there from Coles. Let that come to him. Played it under his head and just brought in the bomb hand. And that's a lovely shot from James Coles. Moves him just a couple shy of his 50. Really nice shot. He's impressed you as well, Ian, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've liked the look of him.
Yeah.
Particularly when, I wasn't sure who was going to bat at 5 until Paul Farbrace said in his post-match interview yesterday.
Here's Price to him, and that was going to be his 50. Coles just pushing that through the offside, pushing it through point, and there it comes up off 85 balls. Well batted, James Coles. 5 fours, or 6 fours. No 6s, 104 minutes. Well played, young man.
Yeah, and he bowls slow left arm as well. He's not just a batter.
No.
And he's given the much more experienced Cheteshwar Pujara a very good supporting role.
That's going to be off the thigh pad for a leg by 276. Alison Spurrell. Hello, Alison. How are you?
She's the lady who knits.
Yes,
isn't she?
yeah, and Walkers and Talkers. Lovely lady. She's watching the last few overs from home, having been at the ground this afternoon. Lovely to be back. And she's had pie, mash, peas and gravy from the cafe. Brilliant. Alison, where's mine? Can we have some? Tom Price in to Pujara, looking for that single, but Zaffa cuts it off.
Yes, Alison, do drop us a note tomorrow about your knitting, because you do raise money, we know, through your efforts with the needles. So remind people of what it's for and how you do it. Do get in touch with us tomorrow, and we can give those on the stream a heads up.
Yeah. Price to Pujara, plays that out to mid-on. And 276 for 3, Cheteshwar Pujara, 99. 3 overs left in the day. James Coles having got to his 50 in that over from Tom Price. And yeah, this pitch looks, you know, if
it looks full of runs, doesn't it?
If Mother Teresa and Monsignor Bruce Kent got together, it couldn't be more placid than this wicket, I don't think. So yeah, there you go.
And the Sussex bowlers will know that they will find it just as difficult. Therefore, they'll need a big bank of runs, and that's what I think they're going to be looking for here. Singdale to Coles, who's edged that, and it's gone past the dive of Ollie Price at second slip down to the boundary for 4. Was it out of his reach? Did it carry?
It didn't carry. The thing is, even when you get the edge, it doesn't carry, I don't think. No, it
it's
didn't
well
carry.
short. It's well short, and it's wide as well, so he's...
That goes to show the placid nature of the pitch, though, as I was just talking about, doesn't it? You know, they just, even when you get the edge, unless it's a very thin edge, it just doesn't carry.
Chris Dent took his catch in his midriff that dismissed Ton Allsop. Here is Coles waiting again for Singdale. That's clipped away. That'll be 4 more. He's worked that really well.
Dismissive.
And Sussex just twisting the knife a bit at the end of this second day. Yes, that was a bit leg stump, but
Touch of the Viv Richards about that, wasn't there?
Soon picked it up, James Coles. Picked up the length, knew exactly where he wanted to put it, and dispatched it. 284 for 3. I think Sussex are right on budget here in terms of where they would have wanted to be at the close.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, Ian.
Particularly bearing in mind where they were at tea. I didn't think they might get this far. Singdale into Coles once more, into the ground.
Gloucestershire have got a job on their hands here to save the game. You know, I think they will, but I don't think Sussex are going to lose it from here.
No, and to come back to Terry's email, you know, they've got 26 overs tomorrow to see, you know, how many they could, if they could get to, could they get to 400?
Yeah, I think so.
There's a chance of them getting to 400 within the allotted overs.
Yeah.
And that would really put Gloucestershire on the back foot in that situation. Singdale in again. Coles clips that away. That might be 4 more. There's a chase round for Matt Taylor. He's not going to pick that off, and that's going to go to the boundary at deep square. And this has been a really profitable over for Sussex. Coles, having got to 50, is almost as if the shackles are really off, and that run rate, which was down well below 3, is now up to nearly 3.5 for this late in the day acceleration.
Yeah, certainly has been. And
Pujara, though, stuck on 99 at the wrong end.
Yeah,
at the moment.
He'll have a couple of overs.
Singdale to Coles. He's onto his toes. Crack that away through the offside. They want 2, or they think about 2, but Coles says no, I'll just take the 1, thanks.
Can you imagine if James Coles run Pajara out on 99?
No, I don't think he's going to do that.
No.
Well, the only question is whether Pajara's going to get enough strike. 1 ball left in this over. He won't, I'm sure he won't be bothered, but when you get this close and you've been out there, as he has from 4¼ hours, give or take, you want the extra single. Singdale to bowl to him. That won't be it though. Again, thought about playing it forcefully. In the end, it was just a gentle dab out into the offside and fielded by Tom Price, who I think is going to bowl the last over of the day from this pavilion end. There will be 1 more from the Ashley Down Road end to follow. But Singdale's figures 1 for 46 from 18 overs. He's bowled 13 overs today, and he's taken 1 for 36. That's on a day when the batsmen have eventually ground their way to a really dominant position. That's a good effort.
Certainly is. It certainly is. I mean, Gloucestershire have allowed Sussex to get away from the tail end. Maybe a bit of tiredness has come in, but I don't think Gloucestershire have actually bowled that badly. I just think that they've seen a masterclass from a world-class cricketer. Price in to Coles, who punches that one out to Graham Van Buren. Extra cover. A few spectators in the Ashley Down Road in there.
A lot have stayed because the weather, we didn't start till 10 to 2, and they'll think, right, we want to have a full value for our 70 overs today. And also because it's quite nice in that sunshine out there.
Yeah. Price in to Coles, who defends that. Alison Spurrell didn't stay though, did she? She's gone for pie and mash, and I wanted some, and I'm very jealous, Alison. Been a long day for us here.
Hope Jack Taylor is feeling better tomorrow. He hasn't fielded at all today.
Tom Price past the umpire. Coles defends.
Gloucestershire have used both Matt Taylor and Ben Charlesworth as subfielders. That was a no ball.
Oh, was it? Didn't pick that one up.
And Matt Taylor's on the field at the moment for Charlesworth because he got hit on the inside of his knee while fielding at short leg about an hour from the close. And he stayed on for a couple of overs and then had to hobble off. Pretty painful, I would think that was.
Price in to Coles. That's a lovely shot there. Whipped through square leg. That's going to take him on to 67. No thoughts about staying there for tomorrow morning. Coles is still playing his shots.
Well, that's a career best, by the way, now.
Yeah, he's really like the look of him. He's batted with real maturity for a 19-year-old.
In fact, Charlesworth is down on the boundary rope in front of us with what looks like a fielding helmet. So I wonder if Van Buren or one of the spinners might bowl the last over.
Price to Coles. Bounce up. Goes through to the gloves of Bracey. I think it's good to bowl a bouncer. Just let him know you're there. Let's make him think.
Neither of these two have, I think was it Pajara played one hook shot, but he again kept it down. That's within the last 20 minutes or so, and basically there's nothing else has really tempted the batsmen. They've bowled the short ball, but they've just not been interested in getting involved in playing it.
Price, last ball of his day, and Coles again works him through the onside. Marcus Harris will keep them down to 2. 297 for 3. Coles 69. Pujara 99. Oh, that's a no ball as well. Oh, one more ball, sorry. It was a no ball earlier in the over.
Yeah, Sussex have got closer to 300 than I thought they would. They were 138 for 2 at tee. So that was with 37 overs to go.
Price, so this is his last ball of the day. And Coles takes the single. They're going to come back for two. They don't come back for the second. Pujara wanted it, Coles didn't.
I'm not sure whether Pujara would have wanted that single, because now Coles has got the strike at the start of the last over and Pujara is on 99, and he said, oh, it's inevitable he's going to get his 100 tonight, and now he's been deprived of the strike in the last few overs.
Yeah.
So he's stuck at the wrong end. And maybe the conversation at the moment, Ben Chosworth is just coming out actually to field for the last over. Matt Taylor's going off. I wonder if there is some rule about whether Chosworth has to be on the field at the close. That's an interesting thought. It will be Zafar Gahar to bowl the last over. Chosworth has got the lid on. He's at short leg. And Zafar Gahar to bowl to James Coles, who's gone down the ground. That's dispatched to get Sussex to 300. Coles still attacking in this last over of the day, and the 300 is up. 302 for 3. This is, you made the point down about the pace of Pujara's innings. The pace of the Sussex batting has been very well measured today.
Yeah.
So Longer goes back into his position at long on, or deep mid on really. Zafar into Coles once more with this ball that's only just over 5 overs old.
Well, I'll sum up quickly. I mean, I think it was the Sussex innings today. There was an inevitability, wasn't there? Once Pujara got to 30, he was going to go on and get 100.
Coles can't beat the field here. They're trying to keep... Well, they're trying to keep him at that end. They wouldn't want Pujara to face one ball. Sussex here, I don't think. He'd rather be 99 not out than 99 and out. Coles is out! The last over of the day, stumping for James Bracey. And Coles has rather darkened that very good innings by getting out for 74 in the last over. At least Gloucestershire have a late reward, and the players will, I'm sure, applaud the efforts of Cheteshwar Pujara, who goes off at the end, 99 not out. He applauds James Coles, but everybody else will be applauding him.
The folly of youth, I hear. There's no need to do that. He should have been there for the morning. There's no need to go dancing down the track. But for Sussex's day today, 302 for 4, and it's all about one man, and that's good old Cheteshwar by the sea, who's going to end up on 99. And he'll be back here tomorrow morning, where no doubt he'll get his 100. It's been a great day though here. It's been lovely to see sunshine here in Bristol, and we'll say good night to you. So from Ian Randall and myself,
we'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
Is he ready? Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.